Test.
Testing, testing. Say something.
Hello, hello.
Put this up to your mouth.
Hello.
Mike, you got us?
M-I-S-T-I. Misty, yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Misty. So now there's the intro. But do you see it there?
Well, all right. Excuse me, everyone. Welcome to Rounders Live. Tonight is Season 3, Episode 13. This is a 5-10, 25, no-limit hold'em. Hear a little background. Little background noise. So tonight we have a 3-blind structure. We're going to have Laura's going to be dealing for us tonight. We have Jesse in seat 1. We have Robert in seat 2. Well, we're getting everybody on the table going. We have Paul and Misty in the booth with me tonight. How's it going, guys?
Welcome, welcome. Very good.
Going great.
Excited for tonight's stream. This is probably one of the bigger games, so that's going to be exciting.
Yeah, it's a big game, for sure. You see Big Daddy Chaz in seat 3, and you see DQ sitting in his own private chair in seat 4. You get a glimpse of the Poker Traveler right there. He's in seat 5. And here's some big stacks on the table tonight. Big Daddy Chaz is bought in for 10,000. DQ's bought in for 10,000. Poker Traveler's bought in for 10,000. You see him right there. He's probably texting me, telling me how well he's going to do tonight.
What was Raul buying it for tonight?
Raul is going to start with 4,200. Raul is in seat 6. Oh. You see everybody has their own little Pokemon. There's El Thunderbird with his famous El Thunderbird hat.
Trey.
He's starting out with 5,000. And rounding out the group will be Rhonda and Holly. Rhonda's going to start with 10,000 as well, I believe.
So we got 2 ladies in the game tonight. That's good. That's good.
Yep, they're becoming more frequent. Holly plays a lot, but Rhonda's been joining the stream.
Uh-huh.
There's Rhonda in the blue and Holly in the black.
So we're going to open up the action here soon.
Don't forget, if you're going to be watching us on YouTube tonight, please hit the like and subscribe. We also are streaming on Facebook and on Twitch.
Definitely pound those like buttons. That really does help the stream out.
Misty's going to be chatting with everybody and reading out some questions from everybody.
Nick wants to know if he can bring his own recliner whenever he comes to play.
we could maybe ranges for that. Let's let's talk about DQ's chair real quick. After this hand, we'll kind of explain what's going on with that chair. Looks like Grant is going to open up the action.
Nick, you just show up and we'll have a recliner here for you.
There you go.
Looks like Poker Traveler's going to stir it up a little bit with the 4-3 suited. Did he just call? No, he did raise it 200.
Mm-hmm.
Taking advantage of a couple of limpers. Jesse and Robert going to get in the action. DQ's going to say, I'm not even going to look at my hand yet. I'm just going to call and play from here. I have the button.
Using that button strength.
2 hearts on the board for Robert. He has a straight draw and a flush draw. Ace-6 for Jesse is actually in the lead.
Check. Oh, he's going to look now. We're going to get DQ to look at his hand. So it's checked around.
Robert does make the flush.
This should slow the action down a bit.
He's going to lead out. I already have a 1.4K pot in the first hand.
Not surprising.
Rhonda likes her
makes,
queen.
Makes the call with the queen.
Wow.
Not scared of the flush, huh? We'll see what Robert does here. Goes check.
Can he bet
know
like
he's gonna
500
bet.
maybe? 550?
550 into
Hard to
1.7.
450, okay.
450. Oh, she's going to look them up. Yep, she's going to look them up.
Wow, nice first pot. Ooh, Robert.
2.6. 2.6K on the first hand. So let's get back to DQ's chair while they're shuffling up for the next hand. He had told me that he had some cancer issues in the past, and he has some physical problems, and he always used to come in here with a pillow, and he'd have to sit on the pillow, and he asked the owners if it was okay for him to bring in a more comfortable chair for himself due to his condition. And, of course, Dave and Eric, who own Rounders, are very, very helpful to any of the players, and they allowed that to happen, and he's real happy about it. So at least, he's more comfortable and can play his game in more comfort due to his condition.
Well, it is a gaming chair, so hopefully it's
Yeah, it has a bunch of different
me.
settings. So, and he also personally had to get a logo with his name on it, so that was kind of cool. He was proud of that.
It's a very nice chair.
Yeah. So we got Holly under the gun. Robert's looking down at ace 8.
Quick fold around.
Yeah, look fold around. So we're going to be watching the V-pips tonight.
Yeah, we got V-pip after 2 hands.
Yeah.
There you go. I don't know how.
So for all the viewers, V-pip means voluntarily put money into the pot. So that's a number that we use to gauge how aggressive you may be in playing your opening starting hands.
And DQ has the chip as the leader because he bet that hand, the second hand.
Correct.
Taking it down, so he's actually put chips in both hands.
Both hands, so he's the leader. And
So
you're probably going to see him being the leader most of the night. He's pretty aggressive on the opening.
He's the V-pip champ right now.
Yep. Raul raises to 75. Ace Jack. 3 bets to 225. Let's see if Raul 150 to call. He folds.
You see the chip
Chip
counts.
counts.
Big Daddy Chaz, Poker Traveler, DQ, and Rhonda both bought in. All 4 bought in for 10,000. Robert actually started the game with 3,500. He's up to 5,100. Mere $1,500, $1,600 win in the first hand with the 9-high flush.
So, Misty, how many people we have in the chat tonight?
Looks like I've got 85.
85 right now. So I got a question for the chat. On a game like this that you were going to jump into tonight as a larger take-a-shot type game, what preparation would you guys out in the chat do to get ready for a game like this? Do you have any pre-routines that you do, workouts, eat right, anything like that? I went and talked to all the players. Some of them do a lot of interesting things, and some of them just play. You know, again, they know these players, so they're more comfortable. Very dry
The
flop,
$100
dry flop.
bet.
Jesse's thinking about it. Oh, he lays it down. 2 overs. Seems like everybody's just feeling each other out in this first orbit or 2.
Yeah, it's early.
Early, big game.
There's Robert up 1.6K.
That didn't
Start
take
the
long.
game.
Oh, that's right. That was one hand.
Yep. Paid.
Nick says he does push-ups before each chatting session.
And that's
There you go.
that's interesting
And Will
because
praise.
yeah,
So
that's a good thing. There's
Yeah.
nothing wrong with that. Actually, Jesse, he is a running coach, so he goes out for a good run before he gets ready to play. So that's kind of interesting. And then Holly is really a student. She studies 2 or 3 hours off the felt, probably per day. So she's really into the studying of hands. And then a lot of the other guys were telling me they don't do too much since they know the players very well and they play all the time together. So they don't really do too much.
They've done all their studying already and all
Yeah.
their warm-ups.
Yep.
They're just ready to get into the groove and get after it.
Mm-hmm. Poker Traveler raises to 400.
My goodness, a blind bet at 600. And DQ's got a unique style. He doesn't look at
Yes.
his hand until there's a big bet.
Mm-hmm. And look at this.
He flops a pair with a straight draw, or turns a pair. Oh, and said he
Gets
bets
there
11.
with the placard and the little toy. Which one did he show him? Oh, he shows them both. Picks up that ace jack. Small little 1.1K pot.
Yeah, bet 400 got called. Made it 600 got called. And I don't think the 1100 got called on the river.
No. Oh, it didn't get called? No.
And there's
So we got here we go with the
there's
first straddle.
DQ. He's he loves to play his hand. Oh, there is a straddle.
Straddle.
$50 straddle.
$50 straddle.
DQ. He'll play a hand dark until the bet is significant enough for him to put value on his hand and see what it's worth.
Oh, we're going to have a little action here.
Oh, my goodness. Oh, Thunderbird's got pocket jacks. Raul did raise with the king jack of hearts.
And the bird bets to 350.
My
Raise.
goodness. DQ does call without looking at his hand. He has the 8-7, and of course,
Of course.
He flops the stone cold nuts.
And you know the other two can't be ever.
King Jack is out of the way. 8-7 probably will not fold.
They're all.
I don't think DQ's looked.
You still don't think he looked?
I don't think he's looked. I don't recall him looking at his hand. Oh, I guess he did.
He raised, so he had to look at it.
Okay.
This could get ugly for Trey.
Yes, this could be a very big hand.
Because even if he hits his jack,
he needs to turn a diamond or a queen.
Yep.
Mm.
Ugh, there's no help.
He's drawing
dead now.
The pot is $3,600. Jacks versus 8-7 offsuit. DQ does flop the nut straight. 6, 9, 10.
Trey's not going to like to see that.
Oh, he bet. DQ put him all in and he called?
Yeah.
Or he has to all in the call? Oh, he did call.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
So Trey gets stacked.
He didn't show his hand.
No.
But they'll see it in 30 minutes. We're on a 30-minute delay.
Yep.
So pocket jacks get taken down by 8-7 offsuit.
You know, and that you know, it's tricky when you're playing against a player like DQ.
Yes, he's played thousands and thousands of hands. He's not scared of any
No.
bets. He likes to play. He doesn't like to look at his hands until it's necessary.
Mm-hmm.
That is a brown band on those $100 bills. I believe that's $5,000 that
Trade is bought back in for.
going to reload. And just like that, DQ's up $4,000.
That's what happens when you hit the nut straight on the flop without even looking.
To an overpair.
To an overpair. Let's see if he. So if Poker Travel is gonna, if he's gonna straddle, yeah, just interesting.
Well, DQ's still stacking
Yeah,
chips.
he's gonna be a while.
He won't straddle, so.
Well, he's got to put up his 25 blind, right?
Correct.
Yeah. So let's see.
That's right. 5, 10, 25
right.
tonight.
So he's got to put his 25 up, and then Poker Travel didn't straddle. So.
Okay, so tonight you'll see the red chips are $5. The green chips are $25. The blacks are $100. The purple and yellow are $500. The blacks are $1,000, and the gray chips are $1 chips. Those are just for tipping purposes. And they do have cash on the table for tipping as well. Jesse raises.
Button raise. Oh no.
Looks like a re-raise from Robert. And DQ's going to be in the mix.
Does that surprise anyone at the table?
Oh, Big Daddy Chaz raised. Excuse me. I thought I saw cards by Robert. Oh my gosh. DQ has a straight draw again with the 8-6 gutter ball.
Chaz checked. DQ checks. Jesse's thinking about it here. Did we not get to see what Jesse had?
No, we can't see, but
He's continuation betting, so. Chaz folded. What's the odds he calls here? What do you think?
look at everybody's having a great time.
Yeah.
Look at these guys laughing, killing it. DQ's probably saying, should I bust Jesse
Yeah,
with
yeah.
his hand or no?
Oh,
He does fold.
He does let it go. Okay.
I think that bet did require a fold after looking back at his hand.
Mm-hmm. You know, it's very interesting when you watch these guys play their opening ranges and their opening hands. You know, they're very balanced players, so you really can never put them on a hand. So you have to kind of just use the flow of the game and the table, and you know, just a DQ will open any two cards from any position.
Right, he's the big blind this hand, or
Right.
actually he's the big blind, and Poker Trevor will be the third blind.
Right. Cyril gets out of the way. Fold.
Rhonda has
Oh, she's got the ace king.
she folded, so that must be a.
Oh,
It looked like she has no cards in front of her.
so Rhonda did raise. Said he's folding. DQ's busy on his phone, but I'm sure he's going to call.
Any out flops or well, he's super tough to play against.
Yeah, he's first act too. So he checks. Rhonda bets 350.
He has to call.
Yeah.
He has second pair.
She can't be liking this situation at
Oh
all.
my gosh, he's
Look
got
at
two
this.
pair.
Will she slow down? Yep. Check. Just goes check on the river. You really don't want to be giving DQ a big, large stack of chips early in this game.
He's dangerous either way.
Yeah.
He is dangerous either way. His chips are in play, and yours are very much in play against him.
Correct.
I mean, Rhonda's lucky she didn't catch a king or ace on the
Oh,
river.
man, it would have been ugly. If she could have gotten stacked.
Or she would have lost, more than
More than, yeah.
because she
The
made
minimum.
no pair, yeah.
Yep. Mm-hmm. Oh, we got some more chips coming in for Trey.
Yep, he's got his 5,000 right there.
Rhonda limps. Jack 10. Oh, Ollie's got the ladies. The ladies for the lady. Did she only flat?
No, she raised.
Oh, she did raise. Okay, raised to 275. I'm sure there's no way she would have flatted there.
And with DQ.
Oh, he has a real hand now. That's like a monster for him.
Oh yeah, Queen Jack suited.
He calls the 270.
My goodness,
You go
he's
three-way to the flop.
Super hard to play against.
Nope, two-way to the flop. All right. Only one club on the drawer. Wet board, though. Sophia Holly, what are you thinking right now? He could have any of that. And he's going to lead out. Also, DQ checked. Could have swore I saw him throw chips in there. Oh, he did. Yeah, he bet 430.
Yeah, he's a small blind. He's leading out.
That's what I'm saying. I looked like it said check up there. Did she fold her queens? There's no.
Oh, he's telling her to take her hand back. Something.
What is going on here?
He must say, turn one over, I'll turn one over. Oh, the turn came. They must have went check, and then
Well, that's.
they must have checked
And then he bet.
on the turn.
Right.
Yeah, they didn't bet the flop.
No.
Yeah.
Yeah, it went check, but
Now she's thinking, does he have Jack 10? Because her hands kind
now
of.
she's going to call.
Oh, my goodness.
What is going on here? What shenanigans are happening?
This is crazy. She had the best hand with queens and nines.
Huh?
But DQ showed her a jack, and he just bet $9.50 on the river. What is she thinking? Does he have the 9? Does he have a 5? A 5
I mean,
makes a straight.
this is his game. This is the meta game that he plays, and you know, you could either fall in the trap for it, or you could not. This is just sheer numbers here. She's really got to think about the board, what she's got, how many times an overpair on that wet board. So I mean, this is a very tough decision.
I wish I could hear what he's telling
Yeah,
her.
that's even the worst part. Because you know he's just yapping in her ear. And she's trying to get information from him.
$9.50.
Yeah, I mean, that's not a...
Do you guys call here? I mean, we can see the hands.
We can see
of
the hand,
course.
so it's not. We can't be able to say. What about the chat? Does the chat...
A 10, a 5,
Right.
a 9, 2 diamonds.
There's 15, 16... What are the combos? I mean, there's a flush draw, a full house.
Nick, are you calling? Are you raising?
Yeah.
Are you folding?
She folded.
Racer
Now you know
nerd,
he's
what
going
are
to
you
show
doing?
it to her.
What do you do here,
Did
Racer
she
Nerd?
call? He didn't.
Man.
She folded, and did he show?
I don't believe so.
That's I would have for sure thought he would have showed her. I mean, I can't blame her for folding if you count the numbers, but I don't know why she just didn't stay aggressive through the whole hand.
Nick says chat side is 30-20.
Yeah. Well, we got an interesting game starting already.
Man, I hope you guys can keep up with DQ tonight. He's
Yeah.
going to be very.
Hope we can keep up with him.
Whew.
This is going to be anything but a straight type game. There's going to be a lot of metagame going on here between all of these players.
Look, they're passing thousands of dollars around, and yet
Yeah.
they're all laughing, having a great time.
Yep.
It's amazing.
And again, it's a relative number. You know,
Oh, he's looking at a hand for a change. No wonder he folded. If he looks at it, he'll have to fold. So he doesn't want to look at the hands pre-flop. But you look, he stacked El Thunderbird with
Yep.
7-8 against jacks.
yep.
He beat Ronda's ace king with 7-3.
Yep.
He got
The straight-
he got through Ronda with
Yeah.
Holly with queen jack versus queens.
Yep.
He's definitely difficult to beat. I don't know how to trap him. He's making hands.
Yeah, that's the problem.
You know, he's making hands that you can't beat.
DQ says he's still trying to figure out his opening ranges.
Yeah. Yeah, because he doesn't have one. That's the problem. And that's what makes him very difficult to play against.
Robert bets 150 with 10-9 on an 8-4-2-3 board. Holly's only had 2 overcards.
You know, and then
The whole game is tough right now.
yeah, and is Holly saying, okay, he's in the hijack. What does he got? Does he have any of that board? And that's so crucial to all you newer players, is not what you have, is what is the board laying? You know, is the hijack going to play 8-4-2-3 with a raise? You know, these are the things you have to really dissect when you're thinking about hand selection.
Look at that. DQ's up $6,000.
That didn't take long. And I don't think he's made a hand. Like a real, like, actually played a hand that he looked at and played it. He just all fell into him.
Yep, I'm JT. Misty and Paul are with me in the booth tonight. Misty's going to be interacting with the chat for us and reading the questions and answering them.
She's the only one in the booth that can type. So
Here's the 5-10-25 game.
you got a raise to
Robert makes it 75.
75 to go.
Yeah.
All right, DQ folded a hand.
That's 2 in a row.
Yeah. He must be interacting with somebody on the phone or something.
He's chatting with us here.
Is that what he is doing? Yeah. He's taking a little break from the game. All right, that's going to get through that raise.
It has to be very difficult to keep that going. Winning $6,000 with those hands
Yeah,
against the hands you're beating.
correct.
And the queen jack against the queens was such a good bet.
Yep. It was top-notch play right there.
I mean, a 10.
And then showing of the jack, just, you know, you got to kind of just block that out if you're Holly. Because that just made it more enticing that, oh, geez, I'm in trouble here. But it seems like everything DQ does, he does it for a reason. It's not just haphazard. He's a good player.
He's in a fold mode right now.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that's a good flop. Holly flops middle pair or bottom pair. And Poker Traveler does have a
Gut shot.
straight draw
There
with
we
a
go.
9. Holly stays ahead with 6-5.
Not too scary of a board. Board texture. And Seti ends up folding. Holly takes it down, small pot.
Yeah, that's definitely the smallest pot of the night.
I haven't seen Big Daddy Chaz get involved. He's been a little card dead. Actually, Chaz is the only full-time player at the table. He makes his living playing poker. He has some other side things, but mainly his poker play is his main income. Everyone else are purely semi-pro recreational players.
Jen, yes, he bought his own chair, of course.
Yep. Holly's got ace king. Oh,
Daniel says,
Yeah.
punish them, DQ. He's doing it.
yeah.
You got that right.
All right, so we have a Rose got ace queen. Oh, DQ's got ace nine against ace queen. We know this is going to be a play. makes the call. Going to a flop. Ace-9 against ace-queen. King 6-7. Two-spade board.
Well, DQ's going to take a look now.
Bets out 100. Raul folds.
No, Raul bet 100.
Oh, Raul bet 100. Okay.
Must have flip-flopped.
Yeah, that's just the way I saw it there.
Big Daddy Chaz is away from the table, so
He's going to miss his big
DQ is
blind.
going to be the
Big blind.
$25
Straddle blind.
double
Third
big.
blind, yeah.
Double big.
Oh,
no, he's
never
going to
mind.
put him in straddle.
Look at this.
Telling Poker Travel to go ahead and double straddle.
Double straddle.
Me and Thunderbird get into a big mess.
So Big Daddy Chaz does hit the bottom pair and bets. Of course, DQ's not going to show his hand.
They're just going to have a conversation.
He does. Big Daddy Chaz makes two pairs. He definitely should bet.
Which he does. DQ's got that.
It's definitely more than 150.
Yeah.
It's like 425.
425. Yeah, I don't know. Might even be 525. This hand's going in the muck.
He shows.
See?
We don't get to
We
see.
get to see it. Table got to see it.
Big Daddy got to see that one.
Oh,
Queen
Queen
nine.
9. Queen 9. So who's ahead on the flop?
Oh yeah, he made two pair on the river.
Mm-hmm.
Takes it down. But he's still up. DQ is still up 5,400.
Yeah. Poker Travel has been pretty quiet tonight so far.
You gotta be careful, DQ on the table.
Yeah, you think?
I mean, these guys play each other all the time, so
Right.
they're all familiar with everybody.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody's pretty deep, 10,000, a lot of the players.
Yeah,
One misclick is all it takes.
absolutely.
Rhonda's got ace-king again. She didn't fare too well with the first ace-king. She ran into 7-3.
She just flat calling ace king?
No, she raised to 100.
Oh, she raised it to 100 because I didn't see it. It says raised to 100 on Thunderbird. Okay, so she raised it to 100. We didn't get to see Thunderbird's hand or Robert's hand this.
Two blind hands.
She hits the ace. Two hearts on the board.
Wow, Thunderbird's going to lead out. Okay, so Rhonda didn't have ace-king because she folded.
Okay.
Card reader could be off a little bit.
I have to get to look at that.
Robert does call the 250 or 225. El Thunderbird likes his hand, so he's going to continue betting. Robert did check the small blind. I don't know how big his ace is or his flush draw. Oh my goodness. The flush gets there with a paired board.
He's taking his time thinking this one through. So GT, what do you think he's got from the way this hand played?
I'll say Thunderbird has a flush.
You think he's got the flush? Definitely could have king queen here, king queen of hearts, king jack of hearts.
He bets 1.2.
That's 1.2.
Robert's getting out
Look
some
at
calling chips. He didn't grab the raisin chips.
No, I didn't grab the raisin color.
He must have 3 aces. I put him as a smaller ace and Trey betting the flush draw. Because I think if he had a flush, he would have snap called
Definitely.
already.
Yeah, he's got the call.
We can't see it. Hopefully the camera moves for us.
Let's full house. Did we hear?
Trey did take it down.
Yep.
That's
Guess we'll have to ask him later what that was.
It was a full house.
Trey recoups a little bit of his $5,000 loss to DQ early with a
Mm-hmm.
pair of jacks over 8-7 offsuit. We have to get the camera angles a little focused a little better on the next few hands if we can. That's a tough time to see the hands when they're that big and
Mm-hmm.
don't get to see the hands. We did hear that
Holly's got king jack.
El Thunderbird did have a full house that hand.
Full house. Okay. Do we know what it was?
Ace full.
Carlos says DQ is a real baller in his own chair. Yep. And you bring your own chair to the poker house?
Yeah.
The Rounders Card Club, you are doing your thing.
And Holly's going to take it down with her raise. On to the next hand.
How Thunderbirds can get out of the way.
Yep.
Rana and Holly's going to fold.
Jesse folds.
Robert raises. Big Daddy's going to come along. DQ's going to play a blind hand and stay on the phone. Four-way action.
Well, there's an interesting board.
A race to a pair, huh?
Yes, sir. Robert's going to keep up.
Wow, everybody
Yeah,
folds and he
everybody
shows.
folded as the 3-2. And this is what we were talking about opening ranges, guys. These, they're going to play these suited connectors, small gappers from a lot of positions, especially late position.
Says Holly's sitting on 1.6. I think she has a little bit more than that. Probably closer to 2, maybe.
Almost 2, yeah.
Queen 7, King Queen.
Around under the gun. Holly's thinking about how to play our King Queen. Just going to open it for a raise. Raises to 125. She'd get past Robert.
DQ's going to be tough. He's got the 7-6 suited.
And that's a very playable hand in that position. Oh,
El Thunderbird with the jacks.
here we go. See how he decides to play it. Is he going to 3-bet here?
Yeah, he
I would
lost with
imagine.
jacks last time.
I know.
5,000.
Yeah.
So he definitely
He wants
to
revenge.
He wants to get that 6-7 out of there.
3-bets to 475. Puts Holly on a decision.
No, I was not happy about getting squeezed there.
Makes the discipline lay down.
DQ's going to definitely call.
All right, 2 to the flop. Jacks against 7-6 suited.
And 8-7 beat him last time.
Yeah. Well, it's not going to beat him this time.
He could worry
He's
about
got to
that
worry about that flush
but
draw.
It's going to be a bet and a fold for sure.
He's going to continuation bet here. Yeah, DQ can't continue there. He had nothing.
Right color, wrong suit.
Absolutely. And here we go to the next hand. Holly folds.
Nick, come on down.
It's amazing how much they're on their phones.
Nick from Yuma says, I'll work the cameras for unlimited rounds of golf on the
Yeah.
simulator.
You got it, brother.
Yeah, JT, that hand was pretty sickly.
Okay.
Rolls thinking about it.
Looks like
Folds.
a lot of connected suited hands.
Mm-hmm. Rhonda wakes up with ace king. This is like her 3rd time she's had ace king. She 3-bets to 625.
Well, I believe the other time was a misclick.
Oh, was
because
it?
it showed an ace on the board and she folded.
Oh, okay. And she's going to take it down. The drinks are flowing at the table.
There you go. This game is definitely adults only.
Yes. You're at the big boy game today.
What is Rhonda doing with a 105? Oh, she meant to put 2 red ones. Holly's helping her out. Hey, that's a little much. There you go.
There you go.
Holly's in the $25 third blind. We were playing a 5, 10, 25 tonight. There's a lot of chips on this table.
Mm-hmm.
And 7, 3, 7, 6 have been getting a lot of them. Wow, DQ raises.
Mm-hmm. 3 bets to 425 with ace-6 suited.
Looks like Holly has the
Holly's got
ace-king
the
suited this
ace-king.
time.
She's going to throw the 4-bet in.
Did she say all in?
Yeah, I got tired of DQ bullying me, so I said, if we're gonna play, let's go. Your range is too wide.
DQ actually
DQ.
looked at his hand and said,
Yeah.
I'll fold.
Guess he didn't want any of that.
And Holly showed him the ace-king. He knew he was in trouble.
That's how you take care of the bully. But you never know. I mean, he has the ability to call that hand.
He has the chips. He's up
Yeah.
5,000. So.
Yeah, he definitely has the ability to make any move he decides he wants to make. Everyone at
It's a
this
tough table.
Everyone
It's
at
a
this
tough
table is
table.
very calculated. Yes, sir.
It is.
Everyone, there is no light spots at this table. All right, so we got to raise.
Oh, Raul has pocket jacks this time.
Yep, jacks are bound tonight.
Oh, my goodness. A double gutter.
Double gutter.
That's all.
DQ.
Ace or a 6 is all it takes to beat jacks.
Yep. What is Raul going to do here? DQ leads out for 430.
DQ will call a raise. I just don't know if he'll call a really super large bet.
It's a pretty neutral board, but
He just smooth calls.
yeah, in the chat there's asking, is there any alternate for this game? There is. I believe there's a few on the alternate list.
Is my seat still open?
Goes check, check.
Raul's got the check mark,
Oh,
but
DQ has to
DQ's
bet.
reaching for chips. He's going to put some pressure.
He has to bet about 700, 800. Yeah.
Yep. Raul just
Makes the easy,
makes the easy
call.
call.
Yeah. He shows, I got jacks. Those chips are in play.
Yep.
That's for one thing. He's a gamer. That's why he got that gaming chair.
Yeah, right. He's got game.
When he checked the queen and bet the 10, he knew his hand was probably good. But if he bets the queen, I wonder if he can call the river.
Right. All right. DQ should be opening up under the gun.
Only been a few straddle. Was that a straddle?
No,
Did you get in late?
we just got the blind in late. Yeah.
Oh, he called
Mm-hmm.
the straddle. A lot of connected suited cards being out there. 5-3, King 10, 8-4, 7-6. Big Daddy Chaz has the big lead. DQ does have a pair of 8, so he could call.
It's a dynamic board there. Make some straight possibilities, flush possibilities.
Man, El Thunderbird put a big bet.
He doesn't want anybody getting there.
Chaz is hoping to fade a spade. Of course, the
Yep,
first
there's
card
the
off.
spade.
It now gives El Thunderbird an open and straight draw.
But does the spade slow him down?
I think he has to bet here.
Yeah.
Oh, my
He
goodness.
checks. It's going to give.
A red 4 would be a bad card.
Yes.
You never see it. Fourth spade,
Four
giving
spades.
Big Daddy Chaz 2 pair.
Oh, they went check, check.
Yeah. Couldn't pull the trigger no more.
No.
Only $1,700.
Yeah.
A mere $1,700.
Small one. But if you notice, like in the chat, like we're talking about, look at the opening ranges and the hands that they're playing. Definitely not textbook. Definitely not textbook.
I had it set up beautifully. Watch this.
DQ's in the chat saying, I just called off a ton of money so I could learn about seat 6, who's roll. He says, so now I got my info. I'm ready.
Uh-oh.
Ace 10's going to raise. El Thunderbird calls. Rhonda's going to call with the Ace King. Holly's hand we're going to see in the dark, it looks like. Uh-oh. Got some raisin chips.
I had 5-6 suited hearts.
$375. Okay, DQ's going to take a gander because there's been a raise. Man, he likes his hand.
Suited 2-gapper. Out of position.
Perfect.
Perfect for him. That's where he wants to be.
Wow, Trey's getting
This is
a
gonna.
little frisky.
Yeah, this is gonna be a big pot.
Rhonda's playing the Ace King kind of slow, isn't she?
Yeah.
She had Ace King earlier today lose to
Yeah.
7-3, so she said just not making hands right now. Oh, there we go. Holly has a 5-6 of hearts. Trey has the top pair with a jack kicker. So she has an open and straight draw and a flush draw.
Plethora of routes there. That's 1.1.
Man, that's a big bet.
That's got to.
What is Thunderbird thinking? That she's
He's got
repping
top pair.
a flush draw only?
He's not blocking anything, so it's all
She
about
bet-
what is he putting Holly on.
Yeah, she bet 2/3 of her stack.
Mm-hmm. So he's got to feel like she's going to go with it.
She's committed.
Yeah.
That's a committed bet.
That is
I'm not
it's
folding.
pretty polarized, yeah.
I'm not folding.
Yeah. So is your 10 going to be good?
If you want to play, we're playing for
Stack.
2,000.
Yeah.
Just under 2,000.
I'm sure that's what he's thinking about right now. What range of hands would she be doing this with? Definitely a set.
Rhonda's just waiting to
Yeah.
fold. Oh, you put you all in?
Yeah.
Yeah.
She
Holly
makes
says
the
I call. He's gonna like his hand. He can't believe. He probably can't believe he's that good right now.
Right.
Yeah.
He had no idea I was on 5-6.
A 3, an 8, a heart. All those cards.
We're in double-digit outs for sure.
Nope, 2 pair. I don't know if they're running it twice or not. No,
Nope,
they just
that's
ran
it.
it once.
Ugh. So Holly does not get there.
I guess they're gonna count it up. Yeah, he has you covered.
Yeah.
And the Pokemon.
Be interesting to run that one through a sim to see what the numbers were.
I'm ahead of that.
Yeah.
About 6 or 8%.
Yeah. Holly's in the booth with us right now. We should just talk about the hand that she just lost with the 5-6 of hearts versus the King Jack, where she flopped a open and straight draw with a flush draw, and it didn't get there. So Misty's gonna give her headset real quick.
Yeah, let's get Holly in the booth here.
Let's talk to Holly for a second.
Hey, guys.
Hey,
Hey, thanks for coming in, Holly.
I appreciate you having me. Thank you.
tough one there.
Oh, my goodness. Yes, it was. I thought I'd had the bet set up pretty good, and, he had no idea what my range was. Playing those little small suited connectors and getting a 3-bet in there. I was thinking he had me on overs, and so my $1,100 bet, thought I was going to get a little fold equity out of it, and, I guess he just had me on a flush draw and said, you know what, let's
Yeah.
get it
Let's
in
gamble. Yeah.
Well, how did the DQ show you earlier the Queen Jack hand when you had queens?
there. Yeah,
He
it
did
show you
well, and the interesting part about that is he did that to me one time in a game before, and he had a particular move, and he did that again, and I never saw it on the last one. So, anyways, he got me off a good hand. It was a good bluff, and at this level, you're going to see people. All of us are capable of pulling off some kind of
Sure.
weird stuff all the time, and you never know.
Is that a factor in how you played the 5-6 of hearts versus the queens?
Well, actually, interestingly enough, if you look at my stack relative to the to the rest of the players on the table, that was a perfect opportunity for me to double up.
Yep.
And sometimes you win those, sometimes you
Right.
lose. And,
It's a pure flip.
Yep, exactly. Well, it's not a pure.
Actually,
flip.
you're ahead.
Yeah,
you're ahead.
I'm anxious to go run that hand through the solver because I
Right.
think I'm ahead.
Yeah.
And I don't know that for a fact, but I think I'm ahead, especially with the straight and the flush draw.
Right.
And it was set up perfectly too because it was like he was expecting big cards and and honestly I think if I have to constructively criticize myself, the 1,100 wasn't enough. It needed to be an all in right there, and that would have been a he would have had to really think about that. And so, one thing that's cool about these streams is we get to go back and evaluate ourselves
Right.
and try and come up with ways that, and honestly, I think that was a mistake on my part. I thought $1,100 would do it. And my gut tells me that if I shove all in right there,
You can get him off it.
yeah. And well, he's going to think that I'm either protecting a set.
Yeah.
Or a big overpair.
Right. And with you guys, DQ is new to the stream, of course, but you guys have all played hours and hours and hours against
Together.
each other.
Yes.
So for his game style, you guys are prepared for it and set for it. So it's like, even when he's calling, $400 pre-flop without even looking at his hand,
Right.
you guys are accustomed to that.
No.
So, like, I saw a couple times someone bet real big into him. He'll look back and fold. So I wonder if that dynamic will start happening more. Like when he calls a bet, your next bet has to be huge for him to get any piece of that board for him to play.
Well, now think the other side of that. He's probably setting that up.
Right.
That's the interesting part about playing with people of this skill set. And I'm gonna tell you, this is the second time I've ever played with DQ, and I enjoy. It is such a different
banter?
dynamic. Yeah, no, and he's always poor mouthing it. Oh, I'm not that good.
Yeah.
I'm just the,
Yeah.
the biggest. No, he's a
Quality
very
player.
he's a baller. I
Yeah.
mean, he really is. And this group of people that we have at the table tonight is the best of the best in San Antonio.
Oh,
And
absolutely.
I felt, I was kind of on the lower end. What was it Brunson said? If you look around and you can't figure out who the fish is,
You're
it's
it.
you. Yeah, you can look.
I do that. I do that every night.
Well, you're definitely not the fish.
That's
but
for sure.
I mean, it's such a tough table. You just have to make hands.
Right.
No, absolutely.
And you have the right place at the right time, the right hand versus the right player, just like 7-8 against his jacks, where Thunderbird got stacked for 5,000.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, he just flopped the nuts, and
Yeah.
and he got caught with overpair. I mean, those hands are going to happen when you guys have these big stacks and stuff.
Yeah, when you're playing this deep and the dynamics of the people at the table, it's not, a raise in late position is maybe a little wider, but under the gun is a good hand. Here, under the gun could be anything
Oh, absolutely.
with these players.
Yeah,
It could be anything.
And the other thing, and I'll tell you, I mean, look at the hand that I got stacked in, is I had a perfect setup, that nobody would have seen a 5-6 coming. And one of the things that we were talking about at the table that Seti brought up is he was like, wow, he's like, that is a very balanced range because with queens you're going to do the same thing,
Right.
And he goes, he's scratching his head, and honestly, I thought it had it set up perfectly, but it should have been a jam. And and any one of these guys right here, when you're playing with the kind of money that we're doing, is a $2,000 and $3,000 decision,
Right.
on the flop.
Right.
And so it's, I mean, these guys are good. It's I'm really learning a lot by playing on this thing.
Yeah, you definitely would put him more to the test of going all in with the
Right.
5-6.
Yes.
Because it's such a monster hand, a monster draw versus one pair.
Yeah, and here's the thing is he's got no redraws if it hits. I mean, he's
Right.
drawing
Right.
dead.
He can't think his
to
top
any
pair
heart-
is good there on a jam.
Right.
Yeah, and to any heart, or if the straight gets there, I mean, he's got nothing. Well, he did turn some more equity whenever the
pair, the two pair came out,
the
yeah.
two
Sure.
pair. But I think that was a mistake that I made. Is I needed to put him all in right there, or put all my chips in the stack and play. And being short stacked, that's another thing that I think looking back, when you're in game, it's kind of hard to really think about the overall. You're kind of so keyed into your hand, and that was the mistake that I made. Is right there. That needs to be a jam.
Jam.
Well, one thing I noticed also prior to the game starting was some of the guys bought in for 4,000 and 5,000, and then another player made it 10,000. So
everybody
two
jumped
more
up.
players
Right.
went to make it 10,000. Rhonda had 10,000 ready. So I don't know if buying a little deeper, you play a little differently.
No, it does.
or-
Yeah, deep stack. If you look at GTO standards,
Right.
okay, you always hear the pros and people on TV talking about number of big blinds, and and that's to an extent true here in this. But if you're at a significant disadvantage, against a huge stack.
Yeah.
Yeah, and the reason being, your decisions need to be much more polarized, and you can't really play a linear range. You either got to be ready to play for your stack or not when
Right.
you're short
Right.
stack like that.
Yeah, when
And-
your stack to pot ratio isn't right, then
And it's pretty interesting. You sit down and you look at the way these guys play, and DQ being as aggressive as he is, and Robert sitting over there. And Robert's the quiet one. You never know
Right.
when he's going to sneak
Right.
up, and
he's
people,
so solid and he looks so quiet, and
Right.
everybody's making like when he bet with the 3 deuce and everybody folds. The flop is jack, jack, jack. You can't think that your ace is not good there sometimes.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
exactly.
But he got it through.
Oh my goodness! Well, guys, this has been a wonderful. Thank you for having me in here
Yeah.
to talk about this. I've
absolutely.
enjoyed this. I mean, looking at it from this side of the stream, having played in as many as these things as I have, I think this is kind of a cool little bird's eye view, and we appreciate y'all's commentary and I think other players, especially recreational players that can sit down and pay attention to some of these moves. I mean, you know, when me or Seti or any of these other guys are playing in the regular 1-2 games, you know, somebody raises big on the button like I did.
Yeah,
They're not looking for what
Yeah.
we show up with.
Right.
And these guys can watch this and really, you know, take away some of the, you know, some of the
creativeness.
moves. Yeah,
The
and pay
creativeness.
attention to, you know, because you never know, you might be able to catch us when we're trying to get one over.
Well,
you know?
Dan in the chat says you're 55-45 favorite.
There you go.
That's what
on
I
that
knew
board.
it was. I didn't know it was quite 10%, but I knew it was,
It was definitely a
relatively
favorite.
close. Yeah. And, you know, that was a situation, again, just being short stacked. The mistake that I made was not jamming on the flop. You know, the flop hit me right in the teeth. It was perfect.
Right.
And, you know, and actually one thing that just popped into my head with my pre-flop, you know, bet, he also could have had me on ace king because I did 3-bet.
Right.
It was either a 3 or a 4-bet. I don't remember if somebody had a little min raise in between, but I did raise it on the button out of there. And so he might have had me just on, you know, a pair or even an over pair trying to protect it. But, you know, his instinct was to call, and it was right. And, you know, it looks like that's getting him back to healthy. And so, you know, I wish everybody like him. You know, and you look at guys that play like this. You know, I got up, I smiled, I said goodbye to
That
Yeah.
amazes me how
Because you're a professional.
how you guys sit
Right.
there. You know, everybody takes a beating every now and then.
Absolutely.
But you guys lose some money. You guys have drinks together. You laugh together.
Yes.
And it's no animosity. It's all friendships. And hey, I'll see you next time.
And that's
I'll
what the
run
world
better.
of poker is all about. I
Right.
mean,
Yeah.
it's a game. It is, you know, there's financial consequence to good and bad decisions, you know. But, again, at the end of the day, we all hang out together. Like, I went out and played the WPT with and Seti was out there, JJ, Gabe,
Right.
Jack from, you know, the staff here. I mean, there's a bunch of us out there. And we socialized, not just in poker.
Right,
Right.
off
We-
the table.
Yeah, and we went to dinner and had lots of fun things
Nice.
to do.
Nice. I hope to be a part of that one time.
Well, cool. Well, guys, thanks for having me in
Hey,
the booth
thank you for
tonight.
coming
And, No, I appreciate it, and we'll see you, I guess, on Thursday.
Yeah, sounds
Yes.
good.
All right.
All
Have
right.
a good one. Good
All right,
night.
Holly.
Take
Yep.
care. Thanks,
Bye.
Holly.
Yep.
That was Holly. She came in to talk to us about the hand that she ran a little thin against Thunderbird, and
It's always great to get their perspective. You
Yeah,
know,
absolutely.
because that helps a lot of people think. You know, let them think of what the players are thinking.
yeah. But if you look at the chat says, "I love 6-5 suited with that play. 6-5 suited is easy to play.
Mm-hmm.
You either hit or you don't, and you get it all in with that board, of course. You know,
But what really struck me is just her mindset. You know, it's, hey, I might have made a bad decision, but very professional. I didn't have a tantrum. I mean, you see some people in a 1-2 game, they lose $100 and they lose their minds.
dude, I'm sitting right here. Okay, you don't have to talk to me.
I know,
about it.
JT. I mean, it's
Come
good,
on.
you know. I've seen you get a little upset in some of those mixed games, but it's
Oh,
okay.
man. Well, we're betting $5 and $10. I get.
Emotional.
I'm ready to knock someone's teeth out for $5. No, but Carlo and Sonny and Nick and everybody says hi, Holly. She's gone for the night, but she did give it a run. And we have a new player in seat 9, which is Holly's seat. Holly, if you want to sit in while he's over there, you can sit in and chat with us. It'd be awesome. Paul took a little break for a minute, so Holly's going to jump in and we'll go over these hands. With look at DQ, he flops a monster. You say he's setting them up, right?
Oh, my goodness. And see, the thing from a player's perspective is like, oh, my goodness. You never know if he's got deuce 3 or he's got pocket aces. And you know, you got to make some adjustments to play with people like that.
Yeah, he's super difficult to play against. I watched him. One of the double board Omaha hands that they had on one of the outside tables on the DQ game on Fridays. He has a set of aces on both boards, and I don't think there's a low. I don't know how you guys played out there. I don't know if it's high, low, or just high only. But 2 other players had sets as well, and he scooped a $30,000
a monster
pot.
pot. Yeah,
And it's
I wasn't-
gross.
It
you
is.
know?
I wasn't playing in that game, but I was actually on the waiting list to get into that game. And I was standing there watching that. And you know, it's interesting because he is so balanced. And when I say balanced, he could have deuce 3, he could have aces, and when a player's balanced like that, they're very, very difficult to play
Yeah.
against. And
he knows when he wants to continue, and he knows when he wants to surrender.
yeah.
You know, and a lot of players are putting that overthought into it, where they think you're bluffing, you know, and he doesn't worry about. If you put out a bet, it's significant, and he'll look at his hand and go, okay, it's not worth playing for that.
Mm-hmm.
You know, but if you check, he'll bet back at you, and then you don't know what to do, and he might have the 7-8, flop the straight against your jacks or something, and it just.
Well, hey, I had
You
that
never
exact
know.
phenomenon tonight. He bluffed me off my queens. It was
know.
crazy.
But that's what I was wondering, like, if you call that bluff, how does that change your rest of your night? You know what I mean? Like,
Absolutely.
how do you run? You could run 10,000 from there.
Well, that's what happened last week. I
You
mean, I caught a big hand with the Queen Jack against Mike Stone and Andy. And Andy was on a draw the same as I was tonight, you know, and it didn't work out for him. Last week worked out for me. And,
Right.
and that's, you know, poker just runs that way. That's why there's no 100-0, you know, pre-flop on any given hands.
Right.
It's a percentage against a percentage, and sometimes the smaller end of the percentage wins, and that's just a part of the game, and you got to deal with it. And when you lose a hand, that's okay.
And DQ has kings as hand.
Ooh.
Raul does bet with an ace on the board, but does have bottom pair with the sixes. Oh, DQ does raise. He says, if you got the ace, I'll fold if you re-raise me.
Well, I think there's some of DQ's chips sitting in Raul's stack right now. I
Well,
see those little purples up on top that weren't there when I was sitting there.
DQ did say earlier in the chat, he's chatting along with playing. He said he called his bet so he could see how seat 6 plays. And then he goes, I'll put him to the test later.
Oh, my goodness,
And
that's so
it
funny.
right there. He put him to the test right there.
Oh, my. Yeah, that's pretty interesting. This group of players is so good. There's so much talent sitting at this table. Poker Traveler, Chaz, everybody at that table, Rhonda, they're all capable of making a big move on you.
I don't know if you saw one of our streams earlier this year, but Thunderbird and Chaz got into a hand where they both had nothing. Nothing on the board paired their hand. They had no pairs. Thunderbird bet. Big Daddy raised. Thunderbird re-raised, and Big Daddy folded. And they had nothing. It was like the best hand. I mean, these guys were playing back at each other, and I go, how do you do that?
Yeah.
It's amazing how good they are.
Oh, it's, and I study a lot, and it's when you start getting into some of the finer points and the nuances of poker, there are so many permutations, and to your point, how would that have changed my game had I had called DQ on that hand? Because my stack would have been a little higher. I would have had more big blinds. My range would have definitely changed, being a little bit deeper stacked than what I started with. And I didn't realize everybody was going to buy in for this amount, or I'd have brought some more greenbacks. But,
Right.
when we start the game at 7, you can't circle back and go to the bank and
Right.
whatnot. But there again, that's another critique of myself that I won't let happen again.
Right.
But it is so much fun to sit around and you and I can sit here and watch this and kind of armchair quarterback it. But
Right.
when you're in game, the tension
Oh.
that you feel in your heart rate and all that's the excitement. That's why we play. Or
You
at
guys
least,
get excited. I get excited just watching it. I mean, I've never lost a hand to any of you players. Never. I've won every time because I don't have to play. I sit back here and watch it. I haven't lost
love
a
it.
dime. I mean,
oh my God, that's so funny.
and I get to learn. I mean, I couldn't play against you even if someone put me in the game. Like, if someone raised me, I'd fold. If I bet they raised, I re-raised, they re-raised me, I'd fold. Unless I had the stone cold nuts, of course.
JT, you know what? I just
it's
realized.
such a hard game.
You know why I didn't catch that heart today? I just realized this. I was just sitting here thinking about this on the names up there. You did not put Hurricane Holly. Y'all put Holly. I'm not saying you. I'm just saying I just noticed there, and there's superstitions that go with
Okay.
that go with this game. So that's mine, evidently, because I won big last week when y'all put it on there the first time.
I wrote down on my notes.
That's
Hurricane
okay.
Holly.
But whoever logged us in didn't put it in there.
I'm just teasing. That had
So,
nothing to do with it.
that was it. I believe it.
Oh my goodness.
If it said
players are
hurricane,
so superstitious, aren't they?
Oh, you know what? And here's my superstitions. I've got basically two, and the big one is $50 bills.
You're
I would
another
rather
one.
I would rather take a stack of nickels
I do the same thing.
than $50 bills. Obviously sometimes when you're cashing out the cage, they give them to you, and you're like, oh my goodness, where can I go change these things in? 50s are one of my superstitions, and the other one is I have to listen to a certain song as I'm sitting in the parking lot. It's about a 3.5, 4 minute song, and that's part of my mental preparation before coming to the poker house. I have to force myself, even though I love the song, to listen to the whole thing, even though I'm like chomping at the bit to get in here and start playing and get after it. I make myself, and that kind of just sets the tone for my.
That's what we're talking about mindset in the chat.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of people have pre-rituals. It's funny that these guys know each other. I was talking to all of them before, and they know each other so well that only two of them actually do, and yourself is one of them, that does anything. I told everybody on the chat, you study, 2 or 3 hours a day, your game and run sims, and these guys are just really more by the seat of their pants, and they've played so many hands together. A couple of guys go to the gym. A couple of guys, one gentleman, he's a running coach, so he goes out and runs.
Oh my goodness,
Jesse, yeah, Jesse's a running coach, so he goes out and runs, and he gets set for his day. But I would have thought more people would have been doing pre-routines, but I guess they're just very comfortable playing the stakes they're playing and the people that they're playing with.
Yeah, and if you look at the 1-2 games here at Rounders, and I got to give some hats off to Rounders. If you look at the 1-2 games here, there are some games that you can sit down and it's this type of players, but there's a lot of them that are very recreational and just fun. It's you're not sitting up against 3 pros at the table that are sandwiched in there. So people in the outside world that are just looking for a fun place to come and play, you can do that here at Rounders. And Rounders is and I play in a lot of card rooms all over the country. I was out at the WPT playing in Florida, so I played Hialeah, I played all these other different places. And the one thing that I can tell you about this place is it's professionally run. The dealers know what they're doing. The floor is not afraid to make a decision. And these are all things that as a player, you never really get an opportunity to thank a card house, but that gives you confidence that you can make a bet and you can do whatever it is that's required on the hand, and you'll have the house and the floor that supports the right decision. Not a player, not a dealer. They support the right decision, and I've seen that time and time again.
And that's the interesting thing. That there are specific rules to these games. And, we go by the TDA, and TDA sets the rules. And, there are a few things that the house will do that they take upon themselves to do, but they announce it to everyone. Everyone should know the rules. And all the floor people are trained to go by those rules.
Well,
and they all do a great job doing it. And that, honestly, that goes out to Scotty, who's the general manager, who really strives to make sure that everybody is constantly updated on any rule changes and making sure that everybody is set in.
Well, but that also, you think about, that's training. I mean, a general manager is kind of the point at the tip of the spear, but as you go down and you look at the staff that it takes to support an operation like this.
There's over 100 dealers here.
Yeah, from food and beverage to dealers to admin staff to, custodial staff taking care of. Because the bathrooms here, that's one of the reasons I like to play here. The bathrooms are clean. Yes, that's a beautiful thing, especially for lady poker players. And that's a big deal for us.
we should put out a trivia question. Who's the only dealer Rounders Card Club has fired and never rehired? I don't know who that is, but
I won't touch that one.
I'm sure you're listening to him.
Pole.
I'm sure you're listening to him right now.
Oh, my goodness.
Can DQ catch a 5 here or a 4?
Ooh.
Him and Raul are mixing it up again. Big hand, ace king versus pocket 4s.
There's no way Raul's getting off this hand.
Man, DQ could have cut a 4 or
Yeah.
5.
He's going to look him up.
Man.
Wow, DQ thought he had a little bluff catcher or something.
Yeah.
Yep. Maybe a Queen Jack or something.
Well, in that hand right there, it just really identifies the there's a lot of scare cards that come out in poker and whatnot. And C betting and value betting,
That small value, getting that thin value is really
it makes a huge difference in your EV over the course of time. And for other recreational players that are out there, one of the things that really helped me kind of transition from being a not so good player, or actually let's call it, there was a time that I was the biggest whale that ever swam in the ocean in a card room, and then I made it a point to try and start getting better. And one of the first things that I did to do that was I started tracking my buy-in, what my time cost me, and or
expenses.
Yeah, everything that was associated with it. And so I would log my wins, my losses. And when you start seeing it, wow, I lost how much? It makes you kind of study. But the other thing that it does is it helps you manage your bankroll. You're going to have periods of time where the deck hits you in the you're going to have
variance.
The deck's going to hit you in the forehead sometimes, and sometimes
It's not.
it's going to hit you somewhere else,
Right.
and you're not going to like it. And here's something interesting. Seeing Rhonda just reminded me of that. People play differently against females, and one of the things that's interesting to watch is guys hate losing hands, to ladies. And so seeing Rhonda there reminded me is she is so mathematically sound in her game. Her range is on both ends of the spectrum. It could be a stone cold bluff, and it could be the absolute nuts. And you never know with her. And she is
She doesn't give anything away.
No, absolutely not. And she, it's tough to get chips out of her
It's
stack.
tough to get a read on her too.
Yes.
And you as well.
Well, here we go. She has a pair of 6s versus Big Daddy Chaz flopping a 10. She bet. I believe he raised. Or maybe he just called her bet. But
He doesn't like those aces out there, and she's going to capitalize on that.
It's like we were talking
at
about
that.
the scare card.
Look, go. I love you, Chaz. I'm sorry, but I'm rooting for Rhonda in this one.
But there's your scare card.
But does
Brings
he?
out the
Oh, that's
I'm sorry.
That's Holly. That's Holly. That wasn't Paul.
I'm so
was Holly.
sorry out there, Facebook land and internet world or YouTube world. Oh, my God, that is so awesome. I love you, Rhonda. I was just talking about you.
We might need to lower her volume a little.
I'm sorry.
It's okay. We get excited too.
Oh, my God.
And it's not our money.
Well, and and the interesting thing is the people that play this game love it. I mean, it gets in your blood, and for people that play at the level of the people here in the stream, is when we wake up in the morning, we have a bad night like tonight. I mean, I lose $3,000. I mean, that's hard.
It's real money, yeah.
But the interesting part about that is I can't wait to go back out there and play. I think a minute ago I asked, I said, somebody take my seat.
Yeah.
I'm going to go figure out a way I can limp in here with a few extra bucks or whatever. But we do, there's days. So, to the recreational people out there, don't get discouraged when you lose hands. Like Fig was talking about is we got variance. I mean, if a hand's favored 85-15.
And you lose, it's okay.
Yes, absolutely
You should be patting yourself on the back.
Yes.
And get it in good and lose. And that's the hardest thing to teach recreational players is, I got bad beat again. You didn't get bad beat. You just got varianced.
Yes, that's exactly
You didn't get a
what it
bad
is.
beat. All my aces lost to kings. Okay, it happens every day to all of us.
Yeah, and I was going to say I will take every dime that I've ever accumulated my whole life, and I will get it all in every time with aces.
Yep.
Right.
Now recognizing if you look at what the mathematics is of that, are you going to win every single hand? No,
No.
but over the course of time, your EV line will be higher than what it is on the kings.
That's it.
So when people twist off and get upset, I had a hand the other day that I was really making a move on somebody. With pocket 4s, and he called off with kings, and so we flipped over. I'm like, oh my God, I'm barbecued. The flop comes king 4-4.
Yeah.
And what
What are you going to do about
yeah,
that?
what are you going to
I
do?
mean,
And
you going to fold?
Yeah, and but for every time that I get lucky and win one of those that I'm way behind on,
It's the same.
you know,
when you go
it's
ahead.
the other it works on the other side of that equation too.
Really, again, as you said, this game is a long-term proposition. It's
Yes.
not it's over a lifetime. It's not over a 10 sessions or 15 sessions or 100 sessions. It's over thousands and thousands of sessions is really when you can know what your EV is if you're a winning player or a losing player.
Yes,
And that online, that's the interesting thing about online is because the online players can see the numbers. They have these HUDs and they have all these different things. But when you're in a live game, you're going on your gut, you're going on your decision making, you're going on numbers, don't get me wrong, you're going on flop textures, but you're really playing players more than when you're looking at a screen.
Right, you're playing from previous knowledge.
Correct.
yes, and
The same way Holly thought that she had that set up, and there's a dynamic of why she made that move against a certain player.
well, and that also is why I think Thunderbird probably called me on it. As I'm having a chance to think
Wrong
about
bet?
Yeah, it was
bet?
bet sizing.
Yeah.
I mean, and again, if I jam that all in, he's not calling with a 10. And he may have me on a big draw, but is he willing to put his whole stack in there?
Right.
1,100, as I look at that. Now, interestingly enough, that would have been an appropriate bet sizing with an overpair.
Right.
Okay, and
you
again,
want him
because I want him
you
to
want
call.
him to call.
Yeah. And so, and that's the thing about poker is you've also got to be able to look in the mirror and say, you know what? I made a mistake there
Right.
and not be upset with yourself about it.
Right. And learning, again, and this is where all the felt
Uh-oh,
study.
look what we have here, boys and girls.
Oh, here we go.
We got aces with Raul and Poker Traveler's going to
SETI
raise.
SETI's raising into that. Did Raul
How
just
is Raul-
smooth call?
No.
No, he bet 3-bet at the 525.
Okay. Oh, here comes DQ. He's got two suited cards. I think SETI's coming
He
along.
folded, yeah.
No.
Yeah. Now, see, remember we were just talking about aces against various hands?
Look at the percentage.
Yeah.
96-4.
I do not.
Wow, he
believe-
checked
yeah. That surprises me. There, we were talking about value bets. Now wait a
Probably-
minute. Now watch SETI go here. Watch SETI go. You know that was coming. Oh, he doesn't like it. Look at the look on his face. Poor Raul. If he only knew.
I mean, he's not folding.
He's putting him on a small pair because
Right.
he just called his
No,
re-raise.
but see, the point here is the setup. SETI doesn't want him to fold here. Okay, is it's the next card.
If it's an 8 or 9 or
Right.
4.
Oh, that was not a good one for SETI.
Yeah, he had to bet like 2,500.
I don't even think if I'm Raul, I don't fold. And Raul's a strong enough player. He's gonna that paired board is gonna slow SETI down.
I mean, it has to now.
Yeah.
It's
I mean,
it
the
take
reason
a
being-
big, take a big bluff.
Yeah, what range could you put him on? I mean,
Well, right now, if I'm sitting
he certainly doesn't have king 6.
yeah, and if I'm sitting in Raul's seat, what position is SETI? SETI's in the big blind.
Right.
There's a lot of 5s and 6s and 7, 8, and in that range. And the other thing too is calling the $500 raise. That's going to tell me that's suited connectors. And
Raul did bet out after
how much
Poker
do you
Traveler
bet?
checked.
Well,
1,000.
1,000.
Yeah.
Oh, if SETI jams all in on him right here.
No, I guess he folded.
Oh, he folded. SETI missed a bet there. If you were gonna sell that,
I think any card other than
the
a
check
pairing.
raise.
Right.
Yeah.
Any card
Yeah.
other than a pairing.
He
He could-
jams.
Yeah. He can make the move there.
Yeah. Yeah, but you can't really put Raul with making a 3-bet like that, on a 6. That's not in the 3-bet range from
That's
middle
not-
position.
No.
Well, Raul's sitting on 7.7, and he started with 4,200.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So he's up $3,500.
Nice. That beats working, doesn't
Yeah.
it?
Hey,
Sure,
my
I'm a
wife's
wa-
sitting right next to you. Why don't you tell her that? Hey, it beats working.
Absolutely, dear.
She doesn't understand that sometimes. She's just breaking her new poker shoes in. So
Oh,
she's
nice.
just
You
learning
gonna learn the game?
She's
Look at
learning
this,
the game.
pocket kings.
Yeah,
now.
pocket
Oh,
kings
geez.
versus ace 10.
Should be some more fireworks.
And let's see who's.
All the kings are out, so you can't
Yeah.
flop a set.
No.
But Rhonda can flop one ace.
Just some all.
You know, interestingly, Jesse hadn't really played very many hands tonight, or at least he hadn't whenever I was sitting
No, he
down.
hasn't.
Yeah, and has he been card dead, or
He's
or
pretty
just
much
his
like this
range
most
pretty
of the
tight?
time. He's like this most of the time.
Yeah.
San Antonio News wants to know if Holly has a favorite hand.
Ooh.
6-5.
I don't know that I want to disclose that.
Yeah, right.
Actually, you know.
Wow, this could be costly for Rhonda because she has top pair, top
top
kicker.
kicker. Yeah. And she's not smelling the kings over there.
Oh, she bet into Jesse.
I mean, it's such a dry
Ooh.
flop.
Oh, Jesse bet she raised. I see it.
Yeah, she's
I mean-
representing
Wow.
Jack 9, King 9, or Queen 9
Or
with a gut
set.
shot.
Let's see a 4 come off or something.
Rut row.
Ooh.
Yeah, that's a tough one for Jesse with those kings. And watch Rhonda. She's going to sell it too. Boom.
Well, she's betting 450 or something like that
Yeah.
into $1,000. Just
Yeah.
under half pot, I'm sure. Oh, 5, a little over.
Yeah, Jesse's going to let it go.
No, he's calling.
You think so?
Yeah, he'll call. If he puts her on Jack 9, she has a pair of 9s. I can't imagine him putting on Queen Jack and her hitting the
Yeah.
gutter ball.
Yeah.
So he's just hoping that she doesn't make 2 pair. Now, if the board pairs,
That's a different story.
yeah. Or maybe he's looking for a 3, so he'll have a better 2 pair.
Oh,
And there it is.
there it is. Yep.
Now what's her?
She has to bet.
Yeah,
Oh,
She bet
1,000.
800.
that's kind of
It was 2 purples, wasn't it?
Oh, 700.
700.
700.
Oh, yeah.
So now is he saying, "Wow, this is a really small sizing for this"? Is
Man,
she
that's-
trying to trap me?
That's a hard thing because you never know if she had a little sec. She's called along the way. I mean, he's in a tough spot, especially with her being the aggressor.
She did check raising.
Oh my
But
goodness!
if you look at his pot odds are
Let's see if that little morning jog helped him
Wow.
out to make this call.
the numbers say he needs to call.
Oh,
He did.
called.
He
made-
did.
Gotta call.
Hey,
I
good
mean,
call, Jesse.
He's about the muck. And he goes, "Oh, I'm
Yeah.
good.
I mean,
Great call, Jesse."
Yeah,
amount in
good.
the pot compared
The
to
way she
needed
check
to
raised
bet-
you.
They both played that hand absolutely beautifully.
All
I
right.
mean, she showed the aggression, and Jesse was able to test his own mettle and,
Yep.
and hang in there, and that's way cool.
But it's definitely how Jesse plays. He's solid. He took into the calculation of, man, what was she betting with?
Right.
She would have bet stronger had she made this straight, because she
Yes.
would have wanted more money than 700
Right.
or 450, 550, whatever the turn was.
I mean, that bet was a
So-
good sizing.
Oh,
to,
sure it was.
To make him
It was
think.
a third pot.
Yeah, I
right?
mean that's the sizing.
And
that
she
says,
thought
I
she
got
was
a big
good.
Hand.
She beats
Right.
King Jack,
Mhm.
King Queen,
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
uh,
I mean,
Ace King, Ace Queen.
like Holly said, they both played it
Yeah,
the right way.
Yeah, and that's the thing about poker is you can play it right. It's just sometimes the cards decide the ties.
Yeah.
And somebody was asking about what my favorite hands are, and I've kind of got 2. Okay, and I hate to disclose this because my opponents might smell this out one day, but 3-5 offsuit from the big blind is one of my favorite hands.
Is that an automatic raise for you?
Sometimes
Yeah.
it depends on what happens in front of me,
Mhm.
and if and y'all will notice that I did the 5-6 suited, from the button. A lot of recreational players don't realize how important position is, and sometimes closing the action even pre-flop can set up better action, further in the hand.
Right.
And so much about poker is when 3-5 offsuit hits,
It's a monster.
against
Yeah.
pre-flop 3-bet or 4-bet, it's hidden.
It's for stacks.
Yeah.
Most of the time.
Exactly, and that's kind of what I was trying to set up with Thunderbird tonight, and again, that's
you got the best flop you could ask for with your hand.
yeah, it was
Right.
absolutely beautiful.
Yeah.
Yeah, my mistake was not just getting it all in
What
right then.
What I always try to tell recreational and younger players to the game is, when you get that 7-8 suited,
Mm-hmm.
and you have a positional advantage, most of the people aren't playing 7-8. So if you get a rate, call that 7-8 because they're probably playing high cards. And if the board comes out a neutral board low, you're probably okay to be aggressive with that hand because you're gonna fold out those king jacks, those king jack suited, and if you hit like I said, like that's why I love 8-10 suited. It's one of my favorite hands.
Absolutely.
Absolutely.
And then my second favorite hand is any two clubs.
Any two?
Any two
clubs.
Look at my ears.
Oh, there you go. He's just got the clubs.
Absolutely. I got my club earrings on and oh my goodness. I've got my clubs earring on, and again, I just kind of depends on my position and what happens in front of me. But one thing I would tell, players that play just every now and again and want to do it recreationally and this, that, and the other, mix it up a little bit. You don't have to have two Broadway cards to come into a hand.
Exactly.
And if you look at equity, 7-8 suited, 8 or 9-8 suited, 8-7 suited, 6-5 suited, has a lot of equity against aces.
They're
and kings and
40 something percent.
yes, and in 30, I think it's 38 and some change.
Yeah, on aces.
Yes.
Yeah, on ace king, it's what is it like in the 30s?
Yes.
Yeah, somewhere
Yes.
in the 30s. But like you said, those hands when they hit make monster pots.
Coolers.
Yeah.
Those are Frigidaires, baby.
There you go. Queen 4 just beats Ace Jack. DQ had a real hand.
Oh my
no.
God.
And
Poor Chaz.
Big Daddy Chaz took it down.
Took it down, yeah.
Well, what's interesting too is these games get a little bit bigger. We're starting to attract some of the really, kind of, big time pros to want to come down here. I think we
Texas talent.
Yeah,
That's what I call it, Texas talent. They're driving from Houston and Dallas and Austin.
Exactly, and I think Johnny Vibes was here the other
Right.
day, and
A few streams ago, yeah.
And what would be cool is if we can get guys like Jonathan Little and Bart Hansen and some of these other guys that have these coaching sites and whatnot,
Right.
to get down here and mix it up with us, because I'd love to get them, let them tangle with old DQ over there.
I'm surprised we don't have Bart Hansen because Shane's screen name is not Bart Hansen.
Yeah.
Oh my God, that's another player who is crazy good. I mean, and his understanding of the mathematics in poker, and and he mixes it up. Sometimes he's loose aggressive, sometimes he's passive aggressive, sometimes I mean, when I play Shane, I'm like, if he's in the hand, it's my philosophy. If I'm sitting on his left, I have to. If I'm going to come into the hand. If he's sitting on my left, if I'm going to come into the hand, I've got to be willing to play that hand for stacks, because you never know when he's going to just rip it all in there, and and talk about a player with a very balanced range, and in a disciplined range, in position.
He's very tough to beat.
Yes.
He got your buddy Mike Stone one night. Mike Stone Shane had straddled up to 200.
Mm-hmm.
Mike Stone had pocket tens. He raised to 400. So it wasn't a big raise compared to the straddle.
Mm-hmm.
I think he should have raised a lot more. But, it's 400, so Shane calls another 200. They're both like $7,000 to $10,000 deep.
Really?
Right? And Shane flops a gutter ball because Mike flops a set of tens. He bets it. Shane called. The turn comes a perfect straight card for Shane. Shane leads out. Mike calls, and then Shane puts them all in on the river, and Mike took a long time. It was 4 cards to a straight, I think, out there.
So it was a one-liner?
And Shane had it. And of course, he turned it, but Mike couldn't let go of his set, and he called, and it was like a $6,000-$7,000 pot. I personally can fold a set when there's a straight out there.
A one-liner
But
straight.
Mike said he didn't see it, and it's such a big hand that I think the problem I saw was actually the raise pre-flop was just a min raise. I think if he makes it 1,000 with pocket tens to a $200, there's 5 straddles out there.
Wow.
Up to 200. So the $200 min raise would never get the 200 straddle to fold.
Right.
With 9-6 or whatever he had, but 1,000 would have probably.
Yeah. Well, you can always go back and second guess, and
Right,
you know,
right.
and you know, again, the hand I lost tonight's a perfect example. You know, I'm not upset about it, but I learned something tonight about being in that spot, in that position. You know, and you know, again, just like you're talking about there, what bet's going to make somebody fold? Had I won the hand against DQ, would I had more money to put more pressure on Thunderbird? I mean,
Yeah, you're good. You're good. Go ahead.
yeah, and so anyway, it's there's a lot of coulda, woulda, shouldas, and the one advice that I would give to recreational players is that don't get upset about losing hands. Learn from those wins and losses, and you know I play with Mike Stone quite a bit, and he's a fabulous guy. I mean,
Yeah.
and he's passionate about the
Oh,
game.
for
and
sure.
He gets so
Absolutely.
and you know, and he had a wonderful run today on. I think he was on table 2. You know, and last week, you know, I got in a big hand with him and Andy, and I think him and Bones got in one. And, you know, and he got a little fired
Testy,
up, but you know
yeah.
what? He's right back there the next day.
Yeah,
you know?
yeah. It's like
and-
all you guys. I mean, out of out of everybody that plays on a stream or over at your all's tables and stuff like that, Mike, you know, definitely passionate, but he definitely shows his colors. You know,
Yes, absolutely.
He is very heated sometimes, but he can't imagine the hands that he gets beat with. Just like I can't even think of who I want to say.
Well, I can tell you the hand in the stream last week that you know, I had Queen Jack. He telegraphed that he had Ace Queen, so his range was kind of capped in the hand. But at that point, matter of fact, this is perfect opportunity. We can even discuss that. You guys were talking about in the stream that I downsized my bet from the turn to the from the flop to the turn. Now, my point in doing that was I needed to give Mike the right price to stay in with what I perceived to believe was Ace Queen. By him coming in to that hand, that also then gave Andy the opportunity to draw at his open-ended straight draw. And again, had Andy been in the same situation, or he was in a similar situation that I was in with the 5-6, if he had the spade draw, because there was 2 spades on the deal, he would have rejammed. So again, that kind of gave me a sense that capped his range. He's drawn at 8 outs, not 8 outs plus any of the spades. And so, anyways, it was kind of an interesting situation, and I think all 3 of us played our hands the way they should have been played.
Right.
Mike with his top pair, top kicker. It's my Queen Jack was disguised, and the reason it was disguised is I limped from late position, and so there could have been I could have been on the straight draw jamming. I mean it was just a good all around. All 3 of us played the hands great.
Well, one thing I noticed also is in that particular hand was, like you said, you bet and kept them in the hand. Where I see some of these times when they have the stone cold nuts, they bet such a large amount that the guy really can't call because he's not that super strong. So I don't see a lot of value betting on the river as much as I thought I would in the streams, because someone will bet like 1,700 when they have the stone cold nuts. I know there's 3,000 out there, but the guy can't call unless he has a set or better, and most of the times he doesn't. He has top pair, top kicker. So the value for you to make more money is not being won. So here we're going. Let's watch this, and let's go over this. This is a bomb pot.
Oh, here we go. Oh, these are so much fun.
I'm trying to see if we put in 50 or 100.
These are terrifying.
Oh, my. Wait, can you imagine if this was double board?
Oh,
It is.
It is.
We're
That's
doing a
the-
double board
What?
bomb
I thought
pot.
it couldn't read, or we just won't be able to see the.
They can't read it. They're just going to, you can
Oh,
visually see
we
it.
are
Yeah.
going to play it. Okay, good.
Yeah.
Yeah, we can't see the hands or the board. We can see the boards visually.
One thing I do whenever I play the bomb pots is, and a lot of players that I see out in the 1-2 tables and whatnot, they put a lot of value in just one of the boards. Now, the texture of those boards can change on any card that comes through there. You may have the straight, and then it gets counterfeited by the board pairing and this, that, and the other. And here we go. Oh, it's already over.
We got a
Oh, no, the hand's not over.
nine's got folded. So A lot of straight draws are missing there,
Absolutely.
but it is 350.
And there's a potential flush on the bottom board.
And look at our players: Big Daddy, DQ, and L Thunderbird.
Shocker.
Oh my!
Okay, she did
Oh,
put
my
the
goodness.
she did put the 10-8 king out first, so that's why she put the ace on that board. So now the 9-10 did get there, but we saw 2 9s fall
Yeah, but it
in.
makes you wonder who's drawing. Yeah, I mean, it brings in another flush draw on the bottom board.
Queen 10's out there.
Uh-oh.
Ace is full, and
Just what I was talking about earlier. There's the action card, and flushes are no good anymore. Oh, my goodness. Ace, queen, oh, it's a 4 card, right? Oh, my goodness.
so Queen Jack could be good on both boards. 2
Yes.
pair with a straight.
Straight, yeah.
Wow. And Big Daddy does throw out a plaque. Those are $1,000 plaques.
You know, I've
DQ's
still
gonna
never
fall.
been in possession of one of those plaques. That's a goal of mine. I have not, you know.
You could have bought one tonight.
Well, I could have bought one, but that's no fun. I'd rather get it. I'd rather take it.
I want to win it.
Exactly.
Those queens had it for you.
And that was Big Daddy Chaz, huh?
Yeah, he takes it down.
The swooper.
The Queen Jack could have been good on both boards. We didn't get to see the winning hand, or what his orange plaque was the winning hand.
Yep.
You know, one thing that we were talking about at the table tonight is VPIP. You know, and what is the ideal VPIP? I mean, like
What percentage is?
Yeah, I mean, what are we shooting for? And the reason that's important is that number is not how loose or how tight we are, this, that, and the other. But if you've got your VPIP where it should be, your range is pretty balanced. And you know, everybody gets card dead. Everybody, you know, goes through the periods where it's what do you call it, where you're catching cards. And if you can keep your VPIP up there, kind of in the 30% range, well, then you're being balanced. I mean,
Okay, 30% is a good number.
Well, it's a number that I'm shooting for, 30 to 35. Otherwise, a lot of times, if you get any tighter than that, then you're not going to get any action from some of these players too.
And it's
You
also
know?
the dynamic of the players too.
Yes.
You know, if you're mathematically looking at it, you know, 30% VPIP is a little loose for the normal game, but for that's standard. You know, for a game like this, they're gonna play hands.
Yes.
El Thunderbird has come all the way back.
Look at him. Look at him. Yeah, a lot of Holly's chips sitting in that stack
Oh,
over there.
Sorry, Holly.
Thanks for the reminder.
I wasn't thinking about that.
Oh, that's okay.
I was just.
Hey, you know what? Again, it's like we talked about earlier. I don't mind taking them from somebody. So you know, there's no point in getting upset when you got to give them.
Well, that's what you're talking about. Also, is that El Thunderbird just plays his game, keep playing his jacks, plays his kings. You play it the way he plays, he's going to get those chips back.
Yes.
Right?
Yeah. And you know, and quite frankly, like I said, I bought in a little bit light tonight. You know, I should have brought a little more money and been prepared to, you know, to do battle with these guys, because it's like a bunch of gladiators out there.
Okay, let me ask you this. If you
Yeah.
were a little deeper and you had those queens, do you feel like maybe you had enough chips that you could have called that bet and still had enough to play with if you were wrong?
Well, here's the
Or
thing.
were you going to fold regardless if you
gonna-
had 10,000 behind?
I'm going to go back and watch that hand over and again, just if I had to critique myself, I let DQ's, you know, stuff, you know, kind of intimidate me a little bit, and I knew that I did not have another buy-in. If I'd have been deeper,
Right, that's what
you
I'm
know,
saying.
to your point, had I been deeper, I'd have rejammed him with the queens. But the only scare card was it ended up being a one-liner, you know, to a straight, and you know, him having a 10 in his range. You know, he could have ATC, any 2 cards in his range.
When we showed you the jack, you know, of course, you'll hear us talk about, we're saying he could have easily had jack 9.
Yes.
Of course, we didn't see queen jack or maybe not, but jack 9 got there.
Well, and I want to show you the biggest thing about that in is position. Okay. We got aces again. Oh, aces versus 8s. Okay. Rhonda, come on now. Let's see here.
She calls.
Oh. You know, I'm good with that.
And Chaz has ace king.
Yeah, well, I mean, look at what position that Rhonda's in. Okay.
Oh my
and,
goodness.
And again, you know how you're talking about balancing ranges and this, that, and the other. Everybody also needs to have
Balanced
limping.
play, right,
You
limping
got to
range.
have a balanced limping range. And
This is going to get ugly.
oh, this is gonna be a crazy hand. Look how many people are in. Did anybody 3-bet? Yeah,
Jimmy, thank you very much. Hey, congratulations on your great runs in your poker tournaments lately. Thanks for watching the stream tonight. But we're watching a sick hand go on right now.
Yeah, what is DQ
Big Daddy
doing?
Chaz makes it 1.5.
Rhonda's
with
fixing
ace
to get
king,
it all in.
And
Watch
DQ
this.
calls with Jack 9 of diamonds.
Oh my God, Rhonda's gonna.
What does
jam this.
Raul do here with eights? He snap folds. He raised to 75, got re-raised.
Oh,
There you go.
Now,
Good
now
job,
here-
Raul.
Here's the interesting thing.
Now watch this.
She's on her phone.
Yeah.
She has aces, but you don't think she's paying attention
No,
to
watch
that
it.
phone
Oh
right
yeah,
now.
she's not. She
Yeah.
no.
Look,
Look at that.
She's
Smirk on her
shuffling.
face.
Yeah.
Yeah.
she's shuffling her plaques.
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
She put her dog in.
She's all in.
Yeah, with the dog. She even the dog.
Oh,
the
my
little doggy
goodness.
stack thing got in there. I think it's a dog. And Chaz
And
went, "No,
Chaz
never mind."
snap folds. How good is that?
Yeah, Chaz is such a solid player. DQ's going to call off with that Jack 9.
How good is that?
Yeah, he can't call that.
Yeah, you can't.
Not even him.
Oh, I can't believe it. Well played, Rhonda. Actually, if any of the stream guys that are out there, run the what are the odds on aces versus Jack 9? And she had the ace of diamonds, right?
Mm-hmm.
I'd be curious what that is. There's quite a bit. DQ had quite a bit of equity in that.
Big Daddy Chaz with a great laydown.
Yeah, absolutely. He's such a solid player.
Oh,
Everybody at that table is,
Yeah.
but yeah, I tell you what, if you look, and Chaz had a tough week a couple of weeks ago,
Right.
You know, when everybody was here, but look at him. He's been at the table. He's smiling like he always
does,
is.
man. He's such a good person.
and he's grinding. He's in there grinding it back out.
And Edward joined us in seat 2. It looks like Robert has left, and Edward's in for 5,000 on seat 2.
Edward, I'm not
He's
sure.
very good. He's very solid.
Mhm.
I don't know.
You haven't played with him before?
No. Oh yeah, I have. Okay, yeah.
He wakes up with 10s.
Hmm.
He's got 10s in his first hand he's going to play.
Did Robert get caught up in that last hand, or was he just ready to go?
He must have left. I didn't see him lose too many hands.
I didn't really see him. He lost that one with a flush to Thunderbird's full house.
So Victor says it's
Yeah.
27% equity against Jack 9 suited against versus aces.
Yeah. So there's quite a bit of equity in that hand, and
I don't know if it's worth 8,000 and change though.
no, exactly. But but there again to the point. Look how DQ was way up. I mean, when you're playing on the house's
Yeah.
money, sometimes you feel like you're running good.
He's back down. I believe he started with 10. Now he's at 8-7. So he a set of 10s
Oh,
on the
no.
river.
yeah.
But it's only a $300 pot right now. No one can call. The only person who can call is Queen Jack, and there's no Queen Jack out there.
Yeah, and then talking about value bet, I wonder what sizing would be good here to try and. No, you can't induce a call there. But wow, look at how much money's on the table.
Oh, he said the wrong hand.
Oh.
So it's basically 20%,
20%.
not 27%.
It's 20%.
Yeah, because he had suited cards, and they weren't suited.
Yes.
Oh, he did have suited
He did.
cards.
Well, the other thing is
He had diamonds.
it's going to be less equity because the ace of diamonds. She had she had red aces, so with the ace of diamonds gone, that actually reduces that percentage. That makes sense. But any of those suited connectors are ace busters.
Well, you're watching the 5, 10, 25 game tonight. I'm JT. Holly's in the booth with us along with Paul, and we got Quiet Misty on the booth with us right now. We took her headset, and she's monitoring the chat boards for us.
I probably should give this headset back to her.
You're doing
Oh
fine.
my- oh
You're
my.
doing great.
The let's see, what do we have here? The
Oh, Rhonda typed in there, shove it, boys, with her aces.
I'm surprised that Ace King didn't come over. I wasn't paying attention to what position he was in, but that was a good place for a squeeze by Ace King too. And well, no, I guess.
Well, she smooth called 275. He
Yeah.
made it 1100, and of course, DQ did call the 1100. Then she made it, all in for 8,000.
Your ace king shrinks up a little bit there.
Yeah, that's for sure.
I mean, that's a great fold.
What do we got here? Pair eights leading.
If she calls there, she probably makes more money because DQ did flop a 9.
Really?
The flop was a 9-10 something.
Well, there are times, especially from middle position, and we were talking about limping ranges and all that sort of thing, is having some of those bigger hands in your limping range. A lot of people get upset sometimes. I get aces and I slow played and I get beat. And
Right, sure.
But part of that, it goes down to just balancing your range. And if you're always, if you're predictable, especially at this table, let me tell you something. If you're predictable, they will exploit you every which way but Sunday. And having those aces and or kings or a big pocket pair that you limp with from middle position often gives you a really cool place to do a squeeze play like she did, or when the flop hits, it gives your opponents a false sense of security that their top pair is good or what have you, and that might be an opportunity to increase your EV too.
You see, Raul is still sitting on with the chip lead. The winning lead, I guess. He's up almost $3,500.
Yeah, I still laugh. I fancy myself a decent player, but DQ got the better of me tonight in that bluff. That was good, and that took a lot of courage too. And my hat's off to him. I mean, he was willing to put that bet out there, and
I think you probably got to get another 2 sessions in with him before you're real comfortable with how you want to play, because he's so
That
dangerous.
style.
You never
Yeah.
know. He could have rolled over Jack 9 easily.
oh, exactly.
So once you get a few more hours under your belt with him, your game's as good as anybody's. You'll either play back at him and he'll snap fold,
Right.
or you just make the smooth call, and then you'll either lose a little bit or win a little bit.
Well, did you
Yeah.
see? Tonight I rolled one of the cards over. I said,
Yeah, that was
I said,
weird how
I'm
it threw
like,
the action off.
Yeah. And part of that is, we all study each other looking for little bitty nuance tells.
It's just minor. Yeah, that's what it. I mean, that's what
Did
separates.
he
it.
talk you into pulling your hand back and showing one card each and then playing?
No.
Oh.
That was me. I set my hand. I hadn't folded yet. I set my hand up there and I said, and I spread it and I said, okay, pick one. And he gave me a little funny look. And when I rolled the queen over, I was looking for a reaction on him, and he gave it to me. And so, anyways, that reaction will come in handy down the road. And so, but there again, we are all looking for things like that about one another.
Yeah,
and,
right.
I'm not the Lone Ranger over there
Right.
looking at that. But
Everybody who's not watching is watching, right?
Exactly. And a lot of people like you saw Rhonda a minute ago with those aces, act like she was kind of messing around on her phone or whatever. I guarantee her mind was running.
Right.
If she's calculating odds, she's like, "Oh my God, look at all these callers. This is perfect." And she's setting her squeeze play up.
Yeah, and then you wonder, is there any other option there except jamming?
A case could be made to simply just. And I don't know, was it a 3-bet or a 4-bet? I mean, you
3-bet.
Yeah, you could have come in at about. I think sizing wise, if I want to try and get the DQs of the world with the suited connectors and all that, at about 2.5 times, maybe 2 times, whatever that last raise is. That would end up being a little bit less than a pot size bet of where it stood right there.
Well, Raul had the pocket eights. He made it 75. And then El Thunderbird had the Jack 10 suited, made it 275.
Right.
So she called, and then Big Daddy Chaz made it 1100.
Right.
So
But what a discipline laydown that was.
that was a
You know,
great.
Yeah.
He doesn't get married to Ace King, that's for sure.
No, and you know, at the WPT, talking about Ace King suited, and it was clubs, my favorite hand. And when I was playing the main event, I had Ace King suited on the button, and got it all in, and ended up losing to aces. But the flop comes Ace, Queen, Jack of clubs. Ace of hearts, Queen of clubs, Jack of clubs. So, even if it hadn't got it all in, pre-flop, which we did,
Right.
it was going all in on that flop exactly. And Ace King's a very, very powerful hand. But, just because it's powerful doesn't mean it can't get scooped.
Right.
Look at that hand right there. Oh, my goodness. Raul is liking that one. He's just, Raul's running good tonight, too.
Mm-hmm.
He's playing big hands. I mean,
He's playing
he raised,
well.
got re-raised 3 times. He folded his 8s, which was, very understandable, but he still gets away from that, not wanting to see a flop. But I think he calls the 275. He
Yes.
put out 75, so he's going to call 270. If there's 5 people, 6-way action, sure, he's going to call. He's probably going to fold on the flop when it's 10-9 deuce or whatever it was. But also with Rhonda betting. But she's up $2,100 right now.
Yeah, she bought him for 10, I think, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. So how much total sitting on the table right now? I couldn't add that up in my head quick enough, but there's a bunch of money sitting out
Yeah,
there.
I'd say there's, let's say, without knowing for sure, 75.
Yeah,
Yeah. It's a decent BMW.
exactly.
And we are playing till there's one winner. So if you guys stay on and watch,
Oh, my goodness.
we're playing to one winner tonight.
Winner take all.
Yeah.
The other thing, too, and guys, get out there and hit the likes button. We need some more likes over here.
Yeah, these guys are playing phenomenal.
Hey, and this is my first night in the booth, so I expect y'all to step
Yeah.
it up. Let's go. Come
Let's
on
get some
now.
likes for Holly being in the booth
Exactly.
and doing a great job.
Now look at that board right there. That is a very, very interesting board, especially with Ace Queen suited. He's got no back doors. He's got 2 overs. That was that was awesome. Rhonda stepping on that 9, and let's see what we got. 5-8 out of a roll.
He's going to fold.
I don't think so.
What?
No, he
He's
calls.
hoping to make 2 pair or 3 of a kind.
No, he's got backdoor clubs right now. That's the whole reason he called. Ooh.
Now a 7 makes a straight.
Yeah, and
She's gonna bet.
she just picked. He give up some equity with the club draw, but he picked up a gutter ball.
I say, well, she's betting 260, but she wanted to bet all colors that she had in her stack, other than the orange.
See the way
blacks.
she's looking at him?
Yeah, look how intense she is.
Mm-hmm.
Holly San Antonio News says that you're doing great in the booth.
Oh, thank you, San Antonio News. That's awesome.
Yeah.
Could you tell us about any big tournaments coming up?
Here at Rounders, or what do we have this weekend? I saw. I got a text. Isn't there a decent sized one this weekend?
I know we got a 30K coming up, but I'm not. We're gonna look it up.
I
for you.
always
We'll
look.
get to you.
That's another thing is Poker Atlas. I don't know if everybody's familiar with that that's watching in the stream, but that's something that we all keep a really close eye to, and what a great app. I mean, those guys put a lot of thought and energy and effort into it, and the folks here at Rounders do a real good job of keeping everything updated. And here's another thing too, is once you become a member at Rounders, you get on their text list, and they start texting, when they have upcoming tournaments, and various other things. So, and I think all of that's JT's linked through Poker Alice, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mhm.
I don't think they posted anything yet.
There was something. What?
We have like a $20,000 triple
Is that-
stack coming up. but that's a $250 buy-in. We do have satellites for that, but that's this weekend.
What? Yeah, I was gonna say. I was looking for my stream text. Oh no, that's TCH. Let's see here. Oh my goodness. 832. No, that's. I get these texts every day, but I get so many other texts I have to go through and find it. Yeah, it's a free roll tonight. On the way.
Does show Saturday 20,000 guaranteed triple stud.
Yeah, that was the one that I was trying to
Yeah.
remember.
There are satellites for that one, and it's a $250 buy-in. So Raul's playing a disguised hand. We do have Ace 8 versus Ace 4 on a 7-7-6 board.
Yeah, nobody's really caught much of that.
Ace high could be good, right?
Yeah, but you also, could be up against a little straight. 9 completed the straight, but with the paired board, it's hard to put any faith in that straight.
Raul did bet 250 or 225. I'm guessing he's betting his 9. It doesn't show, it just takes it down.
Look at the V-pips on what we were talking about.
Mm-hmm.
DQ
So-
65,
Well, and
36.
look where Chaz is,
Right.
and that's why I was saying 30%.
Right at that sweet spot.
Yeah, and I don't know where Chaz likes to
And
be.
look where Jesse's at.
Mm-hmm.
Jesse's been playing all night. He's at 17%.
Right.
He's only playing really big hands. Of course, Edwards low because he just started playing again.
Mm-hmm.
And actually, I'm surprised that Randy, I think it is, Randy Kratz in seat 9 is higher than Jesse. He's only been playing for
Half
less
hour.
than an
just
hour.
a few
Yeah.
minutes.
Less than an
Yeah.
hour.
So, Corey's coming in to deal. Looks like we got a double board bomb pot.
Nice. I've played with Randy a couple of times just out in the mainstream, and he's a very nice gentleman. He came in here all the way from East Texas, like Cuero, Yoakum, Hallettsville, something like that. And anyway, super nice guy, very, very good player, very, very balanced in the way that he approaches the game. He's a tough opponent. He's and I don't know if any of these other folks have played with him. I know Rhonda kind of knows him, but yeah, you might see people kind of be a little bit tentative when he comes into a pot because they really don't know what to expect.
Absolutely. I haven't seen him play too many hands, but I'm sure if he's coming into a pot that has some money out there, you better watch out.
He's going to have some equity in that pot.
Yes, he most certainly will. I love the little orange plaques. I got to figure out how to win me one of
I
those.
do too. They are very attractive. I don't think I'll ever play a game that they'll have them on my table.
We were talking about, tournaments a few minutes ago. Oh, let's see, what do we have here? 7?
Oh, speaking of tournaments, Rhonda did make it to number 10
Yeah, can you believe
out of
it?
818
Yes.
players in the big 250,000 guaranteed Rounders Cup 5. And I don't remember what hand she went out on, but she made the final table, but she didn't make the final table stream. And we were
yeah.
pulling for her to make the final table stream. Not that I didn't want everybody on the final table to get there, but it's been nice to see Rhonda get there and see how she did on a final table.
Well, how do I put this? A lot of people underestimate certain players, and I'm going to tell you something, Rhonda. I've played a lot with her, and she's as solid of a poker player as anyone I know, and she knows her math and she knows her situational awareness. And if there's anybody that has earned her way to be sitting in that 10 spot, it's her. I mean, and
She made a big fold. She made a big fold. She folded ace jack.
suited.
No, I don't believe it was suited. She folded ace jack to a raise and a call when she was short stacked.
Really?
Yes. And so I thought I was pretty impressed. And then she did make it deeper to 10. I think they were about 16 handed at the time.
Mm-hmm.
and then she got when it was 10-handed, she went out.
And that just shows her versatility, being able to play nosebleed cash games to also tournament play.
Exactly.
Because they're two totally different animals.
You know, and I told you guys this too. I've only played in like 5 or 6 tournaments ever, and I kind of caught the bug and went out there and played that one in Florida. And I actually made day 2. I did pretty good.
That's awesome.
Isn't it cool putting chips in a bag?
Yeah, it was.
Isn't that kind of cool?
Yeah, it was real cool. You know, the hand that I lost on, if I win the hand, you know, I get pretty close to the chip lead, and obviously I lost, and you know, and ended up, and I wasn't even thinking that I was only like, I don't know, 4 or 5 players from the bubble or something on that you know that tournament. You know, I was thinking about winning the tournament. I wasn't thinking, you know, I didn't
not thinking
care
about
that.
bubbling. Yeah.
No, and what's interesting about tournament play, and that's why I'm so impressed with Rhonda, is she can switch gears between the two, and she's just as effective in both. And I just think the world of her. She's a wonderful woman, and it's fun to play with her.
Yeah.
Chaz just folded 4s. That was interesting. I wonder if that was the card reader.
You also got to remember that on Mondays we have the Big 50,
Right.
You know,
which is a $20,000 guarantee.
Right.
You know,
I've started to plan that thing, and
it's huge.
and it's got traction, and we're fixing to have a day 1 and day 2 for the Monday tournament.
Exactly. It paid out $6,000 for first place last Monday.
On a Monday night.
On a Monday night.
That's crazy.
Over 200 entries, or real close to it.
Yeah, I've started to plan that in that tournament, and you know, and you think about that. I mean, and that's just a testament to how good a job that Rounders does, and as far as doing that, is they have the market penetration and the number of players that are willing to come spend that kind of time here on a Monday night.
And I believe that tournament's only a 1 rebuy.
Yes, it's 1 rebuy.
So
it's a guaranteed like Big 50 or whatever it is with a dealer appreciation.
Are we looking at this right? Ace-7 with a $3,000 bet pre-flop?
That can't be.
It was.
Was it? That was
Poker Traveler.
he
just
was
had
bored.
enough.
It says Ace of Hearts, but it had Ace of Spades. So what did he really have?
Right.
There must have been a card reader.
You
off or
know,
something.
I was just thinking about this. There hasn't been one of them big crazy hands yet.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? And
That's respect for each other.
well, I think we're also sitting on a keg of dynamite
Yeah,
right now.
could
It's
be,
just
could
waiting to see who lights the fuse.
You gotta think Poker Travel's getting he's getting anxious.
Oh,
He hasn't been able to get involved too much tonight.
as a player, when you get card dead, especially at this level, and you know, on a table that's so as juicy as this one, it is absolutely mind-numbing and frustrating, and sometimes you kind of push hands that you probably shouldn't, and all of us, you know, work to try and not, you know, to have the discipline to do that, but it's hard.
It's hard.
But that's when it's fun to watch too, is when someone's raising with 4-5 offsuit, even though Raul folded it, but trying to take the power position by raising with it, and then flopping Ace King comes out, and you're betting, and they have to fold their Ace 8 or something.
Yeah.
You know.
Oh, it's aggravating. That's for sure. Okay, Seti there with the suited ace, DQ with Jack 10, and then he 3-bets the Jack 10 off. Oh, he's fixing. No, does he have a heart?
No one
one's
has
got
a
a heart. Oh my God.
And El
Something
Thunderbird's
on
coming out
board.
firing,
Something for everyone.
and everybody just folds.
Wow. Yeah, I don't know. I smell a big pot coming. Come on, Jay. I mean, and you know, there's times as a player when you sit at this table here, you can feel the tension building. It's like,
Right.
yeah, and you start kind of hearing the table talk and the banter going on back and forth, and I'm kind of starting to get that vibe.
Did y'all do shots earlier tonight?
We did.
Mm.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm
I
surprised another round hasn't come in.
Normally there's a couple rounds going.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, you know, Bones wasn't here tonight. Where's Bones? Speaking of, he said last week I thought he was going to play.
Bones is our man. He had a rough night the other night, so he's just taking a little break, get his game back together, and then be back out playing again.
Yeah, I cannot pronounce. I say on the radio the shot that I had, but it was quite good. I've got to come up with another name for it. I'm going to call it the Bones because Bones bought it for me the first
Did everybody
night.
have the same shot?
No, they were all drinking. Chaz and them were drinking. It's called a green tea shot.
Yeah,
or
green
something.
tea. Yeah.
And
Oh,
let's see.
Chaz got the Kings.
And I think the green tea's got Jameson or something. Oh, this
Might have been what you were looking for.
This may be it.
With Thunderbird calling? No.
No, Ace Jack. He needs to 3-bet this right here.
Yeah, Roll's going to fold.
Ace Jack's going to fold as well.
Oh,
Yeah.
Chaz had the 3-bet. Okay. Yeah, Ace Jack, you're in bad shape here. But you know, a play that you see at this level quite a bit is in that situation, Ace Jack is weak on its own. You know, and obviously Thunderbird Trey doesn't have any idea that Chaz has kings, but oftentimes that's how you're gonna want to play Ace Jack aggressively and try and take the bot down earlier. Obviously, kings aren't going to fold to that, but you know, trying to slow play Ace Jack, especially out of position. You know.
Well, see, with Raul raising and him just smooth calling and Big Daddy Chaz 3-betting, I wonder if he's thinking that, okay, one of my aces is dead because Raul folded
Yes.
probably an ace, not knowing he folded 5-6. And if Chaz has queens or better, he's drawn to, you know,
Right.
1 or 2 outs.
Real thin.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
you know, a lot of times, you know, I think when was it? I guess it was the last stream. One of y'all had said I 4-bet either. Yeah, it was 8-9 of diamonds, and y'all were like, "Whoa, Holly 4-bet the 8-9 of diamonds." Whoa, what kind of, you know? The thing about that is if you get a pretty substantial bet from early position and a couple of callers along the way, that's all the Broadway cards, you know. And so, anyways, I've got a live hand with suited, you know, and I can't remember. It must have been 9-8 or 7-8 or something, but it would have been a suited hand. And
But they're also easy to get away with when the flop misses you.
exactly. If it misses, then you know,
Right.
you know, you don't have to fall in love with being married. And that's a great observation. Fig is so many of the players that I see in the 1-2 table and tables out here. You know, they would really do well watching these streams and paying attention to the details of it, and you know, and looking at the range of hands that these guys are playing, because you know, we all get lulled into wanting Broadway cards or pairs or what have you, and you know, you really do. You just kind of get lulled into it, and then you get it. That's when people start getting aggravated.
Well,
I'm not catching any hands.
And again, the one thing that, you know, I try to explain a lot of the times to the players is everybody's using, you know, opening range charts.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, well, they're great, but if you just use opening range charts, you're not gonna balance your range.
No,
I mean,
not
you
at all.
have to be on the outskirts sometimes.
Yes, in getting out of line, you know, and that goes back to the VPIP that we were just talking about. Is you know, that VPIP is kind of a measure of how often you're getting out of line relative to your premium hands, and you know, the wider that range is, okay, then what's the word I'm looking for? The harder you are to play against, because, you know, and again, I'll use DQ as an example. He's probably got the highest VIP by double tonight. I haven't paid attention to it, but, you know, again, that's what makes him difficult to play against. And there's so many styles and you know, ways to play, and you know, everybody can't, you know, play the same, and the reason being is because somebody who thinks about it can outsmart them, you know, and exploit their play. And
Anderson sent us $5.
Woohoo! Thank you, Anderson.
Thank you, Anderson.
Anderson, the card player pro Anderson. Oh my goodness! If that's the Anderson I'm thinking of, hi Anderson, how's Austin?
Thank you
Oh,
very
look
much.
at here! Look at here! Look what!
Oh, geez.
Again, under the
Oh, no.
under the gun against Jacks. Oh,
So now just look at the faces.
yeah.
Just look at and this is where the
Oh,
She just
my
called.
yeah, she just smooth called again.
Oh, my gosh. She's so dangerous.
Yes, absolutely. Well, that's again
See what
go
we're
back to
talking
the
about?
range. Yeah,
Right.
she's got a limping range.
She's suckering the boys into playing her game.
Yeah, and I suspect she's going to have a little bit of a Where are we at here? Yeah, she's under the gun, so she still
Mhm.
hasn't acted to the raise. Yeah, she 3-bet, did her.
Yeah, she put a 500 in there.
500s.
So it's 500 more to call.
And he's not going to put her on aces because she just had them a few hands back. He's putting her on ace king.
Wow, what if it comes? Oh, man. I'm thinking it's going to be like 9-high board. That's what typically happens to me. When I play.
Well,
So I'm thinking my jacks are good.
Yeah, no, the problem is that Jack
Ooh,
hits.
There you
8 high.
go.
Oh, there he goes.
You
Yeah.
just called it.
That's a board he goes where she has ace, king, ace, queen.
Yeah, he thinks he's good right now.
For sure. I would too.
Oh, is she going to check raise here? Is she? Nope, she's
No,
going to be
she-
aggressive.
She's putting them all
gonna
in.
bet.
Wow.
Wow.
Interesting.
Whoa.
What a Randy.
What a great laydown.
Randy.
Yeah.
That is
What
super strong.
Mhm.
Well, I'm just trying. Okay, how much was in the pot prior to that bet?
She made it
500.
She made it 775 because he raised 275,
And he called.
and so there's 1,500 plus the $1,600 max, and she makes it 4,000.
You know, there's no way that he can know that she's got aces, but you know, sitting down, analyzing it, you've also got to have a calling range. You know, and folding to a pot-sized bet there, I need to sit down and think about the math of it, but that's very disciplined. You know, I don't know that I would have had that kind of discipline with jacks there. I think I would have at least
Again,
seen the turn.
that's why I say, why don't you bet 500? Why don't you get another 500 out of him?
See, but here's the
I
thing.
know he has a big hand, but you can't put them all in. Look at he's able to fold apparently.
Well, that was a protection bet more than anything. There was 2 clubs up there too, and there again, if he's got ace, if she, you never know what she put him on. You know, it could have been ace king of clubs, ace queen of clubs.
Here is the huge difference between chess and poker. One game is you have all the information, and in this game, poker, there's no full information.
There's not.
So that's what makes the game. When somebody makes a move in chess, you see the move.
Yes.
Here you don't. So
That's a
I think
great
she
observation.
I think she overbet that purposely because she thought he was on a big pair. And how can he lay down his jacks or queens or kings on a flop of such?
Let's bring Mike Stone into the conversation.
Sure.
Mike Stone says, "Go Rhonda." Holly, great job on the mic. You rock.
Well,
Thank you, Mike. That's awesome.
Hey,
Yes,
be sure
Mike.
you guys hit the
We
like
miss you.
button.
We miss
Yeah.
you.
Yeah.
Yeah, and hey, Stone, we miss having you up here. And I was talking about the hand that you and I had the other day, and I'll tell you what, congrats on a good day today at the table. I saw you as you were on the way out the door. So, anyways, keep it going. Be sure you hit the like button.
And Anderson was the Anderson y'all were talking about, and he's actually here. At table
Oh.
number 4.
Oh,
Wonderful.
all right.
Hey, Anderson, I'll
He's
come
playing the
out and sign
1-2-5?
her,
1-2-5? Nice. That's my favorite game here.
but The 1-2-5.
1-2-5 for
Yeah.
me. This is a little bit above my pay grade.
This is the first time I've played with these guys. What are you giggling about?
All right, I'm
over
reading
there?
the chat. Sorry.
Oh my goodness.
But Nick from Yuma, one of our favorite chatters, says, "Does she look like a woman beaten by jacks?" No, sir. Nope. No, sir. Nick,
Oh.
that's too funny.
Yeah.
Yeah. So we just found out that DQ is his VIP his VPIP is 64%. The next player is in the 30s.
Well, I need to figure out with DQ a VPIH.
Yeah.
You know what that is?
I think I do, but can't tell us.
Voluntarily put it in Holly's pocket.
Yeah.
That's what that
wow.
needs to be. But unfortunately, he likes to
There it
defend
is.
it.
63. Raul's
Oh,
34. Big Daddy.
Yeah, you look at it, Seti and Chaz are right there at the 30%.
Oh, yeah.
Ron is at 30%.
All the way down to Thunderbird.
Yeah, exactly. And
That's
then,
all good range.
Yeah. And that's really where you want to be, and especially 9-handed like that.
That's why Thunderbird got all his money back.
Yep.
Yep.
You know?
You had to remind me about that. Again.
Well, not your hand.
Not just your hand.
Oh, I know.
Well, he had to beat more people.
Oh my goodness.
And everybody talks about in today's, the young guns of the game are all GTO specialists, and they're all by the numbers. But if you can't have an exploitative play in your game and play cash, you're not going to survive.
No, and Fig, that is 100% accurate. And when you sit down and I got a question from the dealer's perspective. I don't know how you guys keep that focus in like when you have the big bomb pots and you got an all in, and you've got to keep all the money separate and whatnot.
These guys
tell us what I guess I'm curious what it's like to look at all that from the other side as you're dealing it out.
I mean, to be perfectly honest with you, I'm probably the worst dealer in this building.
Oh, you are not. Hush.
No, honestly,
Yeah, he is.
I am. I'm probably especially Michael.
We got some people just started yesterday.
Yeah,
they're
better. Yeah, they're better.
Was that as the result of the school or
Yeah.
what?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
But it is. You're really concentrating, and it's so funny. Everybody says, "Well, you're dealing, so you see so many hands, so you could tell how people play." I am not focusing on anybody's play. I am focusing on how much is in this pot. What is the best hand that could be coming? Especially when you're playing Big O or you're playing any of those split pot games.
Right.
You are just concentrating on
Keeping the pots right.
Keeping the pot
making
right.
sure the players' bets are
right.
accurate and called right.
No angling.
Right.
I mean, that's a big, make sure that nobody's taking advantage of anyone else, and getting the pot right.
That's that just amazes me every time, because especially when you get in some of these big 1-2 games late in the evening over here. The action here is crazy. I mean these games can get big. And you get a bomb pot, and then you get an all in, and you've got four side pots.
But now picture that. Now picture that on a Big O game when they're playing 5-5 and it's double board and it's high low.
I'm not smart enough for
Yeah,
that.
and and I'll tell you, it is a challenge that I don't think even professional dealers and I am not a professional dealer by any means. But these guys, you could tell they know what they're doing.
One of my real good friends, he's out here playing right now. His name's Mark. We philosophically talk about poker, and he's also a chess player. You brought up chess a little while ago. And one of the things that as I've learned poker and kind of, tried to get, up to the level where I am, and if you look at the next level of above where we are at this table, and you start getting into some of them bigger games,
the Matt Berkeys of the world, and the Jonathan Littles of the world,
exactly,
and
those guys are fundamentally sound. And when you sit down here at this stakes, the things that you have to think about are like right here. I mean, they're if you look at a big circle, that circle widens, as you get into better players, and the amount of bluffs and people taking the GTO strategy and the exploitative strategy and
balancing them.
Yeah, it's to me, it's just one of those things where I just think that poker's a wonderful game, And the beauty of it is even though you're favored 75-25 to win the hand, sometimes the 25 wins.
Yeah.
And that's why they say it's a very difficult game to beat.
Well, and that's where you were talking about the EV edge over time.
It balances over time.
Yeah.
Card distribution is card distribution.
Yes.
It's going to be the same for everyone. And that's what people don't understand. Oh, I don't get good cards. That is absolutely untrue.
How many likes do we have tonight?
48.
That's it? We need more.
Yeah, we need way more.
We need to give
come
something
on,
away. What should we give away? We need to give away a hat or something to get more likes.
How about a dealing lesson from Paul?
No, you don't want that.
Oh, my goodness.
No.
Actually, we'll pay you to take it.
Oh, wow. Well, I could offer my Pokemon, but it's sitting in Thunderbird stack.
Oh, you gave it to him?
Yeah.
If someone gets felted, they give up their Pokemon?
Yeah.
Oh, man, I would have never folded.
Do you realize how sad I am about not having that Pokemon
Oh,
anymore?
yeah.
Because Chaz
Yeah.
gave that to me.
Exactly.
So I'm going to have to.
is that
It's
a-
worth more than the chips, right?
Absolutely.
Is that an unwritten rule? If you get
Yes.
felted, you have to give it
Yes.
up? Oh,
Yes.
my gosh. So he has one, but he lost one.
Yes, he lost He
Lost one to
Thunderbird.
DQ.
Yes, Thunderbird
Look at
lost
this
his to
ace-10 against
DQ.
ace-king.
Oh my gosh.
Yes.
3 hearts on the
Oh,
board.
look at Rhonda. The deck is just starting to catch. Oh, that's a tough.
Yeah,
good
Randy's
call,
gonna get some
good
chips
call.
back. Unless a
No,
queen
that's
or a
diamonds.
king.
Oh yeah, ace king.
So Randy has ace. He has 2 pair, aces and tens.
Yep, she's giving some back here. Ruh-roh.
See, I think that's
Yeah.
just too much of a bet if
Yeah.
you want to get any value
Actually,
from it.
no, I'm not opposed to the sizing on that. It kind of.
She can't beat a flush or a straight.
No, she can't. But the thing about it is she's not going to come along.
She's going to fold.
So yeah, it's
Yeah,
too big of a bet.
Mhm.
I don't know. A lot of times,
400 gets you a call.
Well, there's also a thing called a donk bet. And
He showed the 2 pair.
again, there's a time and a place, and you see guys do this all the time at the bigger stakes. When there's an obvious bluff out there, especially if you're really weak.
They
Part
overbet
of
the pot.
part of balancing your range is donk bet. Whenever you don't have it, and then donk bet again when you have it, and you'd be surprised how many people call that off.
Well,
Maybe
see-
not at this level, but
Well, see, one thing I used to love to hear when I played a little game, like when I play Big O and I have the Stone Cold Nuts or something like that,
right.
and let's say there's 2,500 out there, I'll bet 600, and they go, "Well, there's too much money out there for me to fold," and that's music to my ears.
Absolutely.
I'd never want to bet 2,500 because they can't call the 2,500. So I want them to call that last whatever amount I think is their max call is what I want to bet.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think she has the flush. I don't think she has a straight. She's just calling when I got 2 pair. So with him jamming, she can only call with the nuts, with a straight or a flush. So for him to do that, if he thought he had the best hand and wanted her to call,
Well, he also could have been protecting from another heart because there was 3 hearts on the
right? But the
on
river came, and then
yeah.
he shoved. all in.
Okay.
He shoved all in on the river.
Yeah.
So I'm saying that if I'd have bet, whatever, I don't know what the pot was, but something that
That's
she would have considered calling versus just not folding.
and that's reasonable.
And that's a standard. I mean, that's the standard thinking. The standard thinking is exactly what you're saying, and that's probably 90% is of that is the way it goes down. But then that other 10% is where they're balancing their bluffing range to
Exactly.
overbetting. That overbet makes it like, okay, wait a minute. Why is he overbetting here? Isn't he trying to draw me in? Why would he put so much money in the pot? So, it's like it's two-way street, really.
I'm anxious for the big hand of the night because we still haven't had.
No.
Me and Thunderbird's hand has got to be the big hand of the night so far, and that was kind of.
How much was that? Was that 5,000 between the two of you?
I think I had $3,000.
Yeah.
Oh, you did have $3,000?
Yeah, 28
I thought
maybe.
you had,
somewhere
yeah.
there. And so that's
The big hand was the first hand because DQ got him for 5,000.
Oh, yeah,
so it was
yeah,
$10,000 hand.
and then Thunderbird caught up with that ace-4 again where he made the full house against
Robert.
Robert, yeah,
I didn't see. We didn't see that hand. We don't know what did Robert call with.
a flush, I think.
Oh, okay. Yeah, you were sitting in here,
Yeah.
and I put him on both opposite hands.
So DQ's down to 5.8K.
What?
He was up to 16,000 at one time.
That's when you VPIP at 60%.
Yeah.
But
Well, when did he lose a big hand?
that's his style.
He's been losing a little
Just
bit.
small.
It's
Yeah,
a little
it's
bit
small.
here and
Yeah.
there. Yeah.
He said in the chat earlier that he started to, I forget the term, but just giving some back.
Yeah.
And he called the $1,100 raise from Big Daddy Chaz.
Yeah.
Rhonda raised
That's true,
6,000.
yeah.
He folded, so he's losing a couple thousand to 1,000 to 400 or 500. You know.
Well, I've enjoyed. Like I said, this is the second time I've ever played with him, and he's fun. He's kind of got my dander up a little bit, so I'm going to be DQ hunting. He was talking about Hugger Busters a little while ago, and so, anyways, I was just sitting there thinking about it. I'm anxious to get in the ring with him.
I mean, and here's the perfect hand. Just look. I mean, we have it right here. You got a raise. He's going to 3-bet with ace-2 suited.
Does Rhonda want to mix it up with?
Right.
I mean, if she saw the hands she would definitely want to mix it up, knowing that
you know what?
Thunderbird has an ace and he has an ace.
Pocket threes is right on the edge of a playable hand in the hijack. If you're going to come in, you're going to have to raise it.
Jen in the
And-
chat
and
says he
she-
was a punter. I mean, he was a kicker and he punted it. But he took it down.
Yeah.
He just took it down.
Pocket threes, I can't fault Rhonda for not wanting to go in there and set mine. And I think she probably just a little bit over even right now with those aces, or is she
She's
up a couple of
about
grand?
$2,000 to $3,000 winner right now.
I mean, a case could be made to set mine there, especially in position.
Yeah, she's up a little over
2,300, yeah.
And on this table, with the way these chips are moving around,
Yeah, you got to look at it percentage to what's on there, and really nobody's running away with anything. I think Thunderbird's caught up, and he's up.
yeah, he's actually up. Yeah,
Yeah, because I think his first buy-in was about 4,500 or so, and then he rebought for $3,000, and then he's just played it back up. You know how satisfying that is to get smacked down in the first part of a session and to play back to even.
It takes hours sometimes, though, but
It
you're
does,
determined to do it.
But when you do it, the sense of accomplishment and the sense of it's a wonderful thing.
And the fun,
Are they playing the 7-deuce game tonight?
No.
Oh my goodness!
That's what he's
That's
laughing.
he's laughing about too.
and DQ calls with the 6.
Hey,
deuce.
is it too late to play 7-deuce? Poor Seti. Uh-oh. This is a DQ special right
And
here.
with him?
Okay,
and
this
Thunderbird.
this may get it. Watch this. Oh,
El Thunderbird's going to take it down.
yeah. Oh, I thought that was the ace was a diamond. I thought there was 2 diamonds. I didn't look close enough.
Let's see where El Thunderbird's at. I'd like to see his chip count.
10.9.
Oh yeah, he's almost up 1,000 after being down
Yeah.
5.
Yep.
That's a great run.
No,
And he's back up to 29. He was at 27%, so he's almost at 30. Look at the 30 percentile players. Even Randy's up to 25%.
yes.
Jesse's down to 15. He was at 17.
Yeah, but he's
He's not getting any cards. Yeah.
So,
No, I understand that.
I mean, I've been watching. He's getting like nothing.
But he's so disciplined and not getting out of line with
Right.
the bad
Right.
run of cards he's getting. He's not like going, I'm going to play this hand and try
Right.
and get some chips. He's just real disciplined. He's sitting
Look
there
here,
focused.
7-deuce came up again. Why are they not playing 7-deuce? They need to be. We need to make that like an automatic.
Was this a 4-way straddle? Is that what I'm seeing, or am I?
Yeah, it's just, look who's dealing now. JT, did you see that?
No.
I think it's Corey.
Yeah, Corey's down.
Corey's been dealing.
Yeah.
Okay. I didn't realize who that was. Oh, there's my hand right there. 3-5 off. DQ has it. Come on, DQ.
In the small blind?
Yeah. I prefer it in the big blind, but it's 3-5 is such a cool hand,
Yeah.
and it's so versatile. It can hit a lot of different ways.
He's going to play. He's mixing it up.
There we
And
go.
him
DQ.
and Raul again.
Okay, DQ, you've earned even more respect from me than you already had. You played my hand. There it is.
2 diamonds versus straight gutter ball.
Oh man, no, and DQ's gonna be chilling out on that.
Raul's happy to check it down.
Oh, there, DQ got there.
Nope.
Nope.
No.
Okay.
He needed 4-5.
Oh.
My favorite hand.
Man, I need to put my glasses on. This TV up here, I'm not being able to distinguish between the.
DQ's going to put in a big bet, 500 maybe.
There we go. Oh, I can see now.
550. Man, Raul.
Yeah, into 550 into 800.
Raul is up good too, like overall. He went check. Kenny,
This would be an impressive call.
he's good.
With all those.
Look,
there he is.
called.
He did it.
He called.
Wow. I get too loud.
He's
on
ready
this
to
thing.
muck. He shows 5-3. Raul doesn't even know if he's got a pair. He's like, he wanted to see a pair. He couldn't figure it out, but he realized ace king's the best hand.
Oh my goodness.
Now, does he call that against anybody else but DQ?
No.
Absolutely not.
Yeah, that's such a.
Someone would have been value
So-
betting with the deuce.
Right. You know, so persona is a big part of cash game play.
Yes. Absolutely.
And that's why.
But that was a great bet.
Oh, beautiful.
That was a great bet by DQ.
Absolutely.
550, you called with no pair?
Yeah.
Hey, that's a great call.
Yeah.
Hey, look at Raul. He's played. What did he start off with? $3,000.
4,200.
Okay. Yeah.
He's up to 8,000, over 8,000.
9.2 right now.
9.2?
After that, yeah. After
Oh,
that,
my
yeah.
goodness.
I'm surprised there's not been very many overstraddles. I mean,
just a couple.
the table's been, like I said, we haven't seen a big hand. We haven't seen anything go crazy yet, and very disciplined tonight.
There we go.
Jesse's got his queen.
Jesse's
finally.
his VPIP's going up.
He's
Yeah.
finally got a hand.
Now, interestingly enough, whenever you don't play a lot of hands, he raises to 75, and he's probably not going to get a whole lot of action out of this.
Right.
Because
know,
people are putting
and
him on
that's a
being
s-
tight.
Yeah,
and he just
and
card did.
exactly, and so one of the exploits. He
There you
did
go.
get some action.
All right.
And
There
he's
we go.
almost doubled his stack.
Oh,
when he
DQ's got
started.
3-5 suited this time.
Oh, that's a big hand.
Yeah.
And
Uh-oh.
Thunderbird's got the king high flush.
Yeah. Uh-oh. This may be that big hand that we've been
Oh, my goodness.
worried about. Or
Now, if you're Jesse, you're going to play this fast?
He bet 150 or 175.
that's
Can DQ raise here?
yeah, but if you're gonna
No, he's
gonna
gonna
bet
call.
that small, I don't know. I don't see a whole lot of merit in.
Well, he's just
in
trying
betting
to
that
make
small.
some money and fade
That, though.
the flush.
Yeah, you bet and you got two callers.
DQ
queen's
DQ can bet here
Yeah.
because he has position,
Mm-hmm.
and El Thunderbird's not folding.
No.
Oh, he checked around. My goodness. Oh, he got there at 3-3. Oh, my God.
Jesse.
Oh.
Yeah. Now this is one of those situations that
This
gets
is the
DQ
bet size is going to get called.
Exactly.
Mhm.
Yeah, because Jesse thinks his queens are good, and DQ is going to be going there. Rah, 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 rah.
I think he can fold being that there is an ace out there. He could put him on a weak
Right.
ace.
If there's anybody that can, Jesse can.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't think he necessarily calls with queens,
No.
but a 3 or an ace, and you can put DQ on either one
I
of
mean,
those.
so
Yeah.
if Jesse's looking, what am I beating? If I'm thinking to myself, Jesse, what am I beating here? I'm not beating an ace. I'm not beating a 3. So, are my queens good? Now, DQ bets 590, so half pots it.
Yeah, this is.
That's a really good
big
size.
bet.
Yeah,
That's a
it's-
big bet,
I mean, that's a
actually.
good sizing.
Oh, it really is. Absolutely. And Rhonda busily
Yeah.
Snapchatting or
Yeah, whatever.
Instagramming or
Yeah.
whatever she's
Right.
doing over there.
It's amazing. If I was playing this game, I would have no phone on the table. I'd be just entrenched in thought.
Yeah, but you know what? Sometimes that locks your mind up, and I think
It could be.
one of the
Right.
good things about having a phone there, or some of the table talk and the banner and whatnot, it does allow you to kind of relax a little bit. And there's a lot of times that when I'm playing, I find that tension building up, and so one of the ways that I break that tension is to sit up straight, take deep breaths, stand up, and turn around. Just something to break a little of that tension, because it does. To your point about you being there focused in, I think all of us are way more focused than what we appear
To be, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. At the level you guys are at, for sure.
Where they go. Jesse's going in the tank.
Oh, Jesse.
I say he's going to fold.
I don't think so. I think the DQ's reputation is going to get the call.
It's one of those exploitive reputations.
Yeah.
That's
I think he's folding because he just saw him lose that hand, and
right.
he could.
Oh,
Oh, he did
yeah.
call. God
His
dang it.
reputation. Look at Jesse. He's like, oh no, show him the
Reluctantly.
bad news.
And then he's going to slow roll.
He slow rolls it.
Oh my
Yeah.
gosh.
Yeah, that's a tough one to get away
Yeah.
from. And again, that's we start talking about the reputation of a player and whatnot, and then to see, whenever he pushed the bluff, in the hand, prior to that, it's, that gets you paid.
Yeah. And that's really, DQ is proud of that part of his game. And that's
You know what?
that's his game.
Well, they checked the turn. Everybody checked the turn. So if someone bets, he could get away from it.
Yep.
But he didn't have the flush draw, which he didn't know was any good
Right.
No.
or wasn't good. So, but look, Raul's plus 5,000. He's going to be on every stream from now on.
Yeah, right.
Oh yeah. Interestingly, talking about variance and this, that, and the other, is tonight was the first stream that I have lost money on.
Is it?
Yep. I knew it was coming one day.
Eventually, right?
Yeah, and because you can only run so good, and I did last week was just an amazing. That was so fun last week, and I think what I had more fun than playing was going back and reviewing and taking notes, and I was telling you, I study
You're
quite
a
a
student
bit.
of the game, yeah.
Yes, and so I'm going back and I'm watching this video, rewinding it back and forth, rewinding it back and forth. Not necessarily looking at how I play hands, but how my opponents are playing these hands. And, that information is quite valuable. But you can also, again, self-critique yourself and see where the mistakes that you made, And that's something that's important to me.
Yeah, I sit there a lot when I'm playing. And
Whoa,
when I lose a
quads.
hand.
Quads.
Who has
Oh,
quads?
no, I'm sorry. I looked up. Wait a minute. I saw
Is that
the
a
two
new board?
kings. From my angle right here.
Hey,
Oh, wow. I got excited.
Rhonda doesn't have quads. Holly's only had one drink. We don't know what's going on, okay?
Maybe I have a premonition. Look at here. Oh, no. Dang, I missed. Now, what it is I looked down here, and then I looked up at the flop on, and now I've figured it out. I was almost quads.
That was very close. DQ does have a lot of plaques now all of a sudden.
Wow.
Did he add on?
Hold on. Can I take a picture
must
of
have.
that? Let's see if they. Oh, it went off.
We'll come back on.
I was going to take a picture of that. That's kind of cool. So are we getting some more likes now?
We're up to 61 now.
Nice.
Nice.
Hey,
Good job.
YouTube family out there, thank you very much. We could use some more, I'm sure.
We need to get all the YouTubers in the chat to get their friends to.
Yep, you're
Like and
watching a
subscribe.
great 5, 10,
Absolutely.
25 game. The chips are being moved around. DQ's playing his game. And everybody else is playing their game as well. But chips are going to be passed around when queens get beat by 5-3.
Oh, my goodness. Let's see. Queen, Jack. Oh, DQ's definitely.
DQ's telling everybody that the game requires a VPIP greater than 9%.
He is the best.
He really is a lot of fun to
He
play
is.
with. And you talk about somebody with a lot of
And
personality.
he's generally a nice man.
Absolutely
You know,
he is.
Oh, yeah, for
Yes.
sure.
that's the best part of these. All of these guys and ladies.
Again, I still can't wait to tangle with him.
Yeah.
He's bluffed me off with 2 hands, and
You
I
want
have
your
not
revenge.
No, I don't want my revenge. I just want to. I want to tangle with him. And some of the table talk I can't repeat.
Yeah, I'm sure.
that was there this evening. And DQ will remember. He's a mess. Let's see here. Paired board. Yeah, the interesting part about you were talking about the run out of the cards. There's not really the deck hasn't really set up for a big hand yet
Right.
tonight, and sometimes you don't get those,
I mean, we saw a big hand, aces and ace king, and it snap folds. I mean,
Yeah.
normally that gets played out a little better, I mean, she did shove, but
Well, with so much money on the table, I think there's a lot of protection bets that that just kind of stymie some of that action. This is a lot of fun. No
You're
offense.
hired. You're hired. Is that what you're?
No
You're
offense.
hired.
Oh, well, thank you. But
We need you to play though.
I like being on the other side, but I've never really thought about how fun this was to sit up here and yap about it.
yeah, relax.
I saw Brittany had probably the best shirt I've seen ever. And the perspective is, obviously she's a dealer, and this was in the ladies' game,
Right.
The ladies' stream. And it says, nobody cares what you folded.
Exactly.
I just died when I read that. That was one of the coolest things. Isn't that awesome?
We got a triple straddle here.
Yeah.
Whoa, here we go.
50, 100, 200.
Thunderbird's
Jack
got
8 in the cutoff.
ace
That's
Oh, Thunderbird made it 800 with ace queen.
that's a really good bet with an offsuit ace queen.
And no one has a playable hand, so he just takes down
Yep. Takes down the dead money.
$400.
Yep.
That's the one thing about everybody being so deep stacked. You got to be you got to be really willing to play for stacks when you get one of those big, the 3 bets or 4 bets. Because if I bet all in, maybe coming like Rhonda had, wham,
Yeah.
the aces are.
They're asking, what do you do?
What do I do?
Yeah, what does Holly do?
I aggravate
She
people.
she kicks people's butt on the poker table.
Once in a while, that's about 52 to 48. Yeah, I keep a little bit of EV there.
I mean, I watch all the streams. This is the first time I've seen you lose.
Yeah, this was
Yeah.
this was my first losing
Yeah.
session,
Yeah.
on this, and I mean, and they're gonna happen, and that's, it's interesting when I get out here in some of these 1-2 games, and I'm up against a lot of quality players out there. I mean, just even in the standard 1-2 games, but
You mean
they're
the 1-2-15 games?
you hit the nail right on
Right?
the head.
There is no 1-2
Absolutely,
game.
No. But anyways, whoever was asking, I'm kind of in the real estate development business, and entrepreneurship. I'm kind of like into cool businesses, and trying. I like to create things, and so that's what I do, and I'm loving.
it.
Oh, well, wonderful! Thank you. I appreciate that.
Oh, DQ has a pair.
Oh,
Ruh-roh.
drinks are being served.
Uh-oh, here we go. Shots.
Was that a placard?
King, Queen from under the gun.
Wow.
3. Whoa.
Chaz made it 800.
Mm-hmm.
And
DQ 3 bet. That's a really good bet from DQ.
And just look at him sitting in the chair.
What does he have?
Wow.
Enjoy.
Man, that is so disciplined. You know how wide DQ plays, but see, that goes back to his reputation. Now he can start exploiting everybody that's going
Right.
to fold off like that. You don't know if he's got the nuts or he's got deuce 3. It's absolutely beautiful.
Interesting. If I want to ask Chaz later if he would have played that if it was suited.
Not for 3,000. I
You
don't
don't
care
think
what.
so?
No,
No.
nothing. Nothing would have got him in that hand for $3,000.
Kings, jacks. Actually, I think probably 10s and higher.
Yeah, he folded
Nines and
ace
our-
king.
You know,
He's
on
not
the
gonna
G-
play king queen.
On the
Yeah,
GTO,
that's true.
on the GTO charts, I can look that up real quick. Let's see, we're in a cash game, 200 big blinds. Chaz was under the gun +1.
he was under the
He
gun.
was under the gun.
Okay, so
DQ was +1.
under the gun against. Let's see, opponent's position versus a 3 bet. Opponent's position under the gun +1. According to the GTO charts, King Queen off is a fold. King Queen suited is a fold.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
But how much of a fold is it?
It's 100% right there.
100% fold.
Yeah.
Yeah. You can't call there.
Uh-uh.
Or you shouldn't. I
But
mean, you can play.
but here, interestingly, you know what's a call? Pocket deuces. Pocket deuces, pocket fours, pocket fives. Pocket sixes is about 70% call, 30% fold. Pocket sevens is 50-50. Ironically, eights is a fold, about 88% of the time.
Eights
And-
made the raise.
Yeah, he had eights.
Yeah.
But interesting enough, on those charts, they don't give you the bet sizing. So, you know, if it was, you know, he put in 3,000.
Yeah, 800 to 3,000. You're never calling
Right.
unless you have aces or.
But see,
Queens or kings,
with a
maybe.
player like DQ, and I'm telling you, as a player that plays on that table, when DQ does that, you know, me personally, and this isn't DQ specific, but when I'm playing against a loose, aggressive player that has been known to play a wide range, this, that, and the other, you know, if I've got ace king, ace queen, ace jack suited, or like 7-8, 7-9, 9-10. Well, you saw me the other week with jack 10 suited.
Right.
Okay. You know, it fundamentally that's a sound play.
Yeah, but you're not calling. You're not calling $3,000 raise or a $2,200 raise. You're playing it
with king queen suited. Absolutely, I do. It's and a lot of it depends. Like go back to my short stack this evening. That's absolutely the purse play to 5-bet all in.
Well, if I make it 800, you make it 3,000 on top. If I'm gonna play the hand, I'm gonna shove all in. You're gonna call and say, "Let's run it twice," because I know I'm behind.
You know,
know what I mean?
me and Thunderbird talked about that day. You know, and we talked about running it twice, and it didn't matter to me one way or the other. And he elected not to run it twice, and that's probably a sound decision. You know,
I think you don't run it twice when you're stuck and you're trying to get back.
well, and
Maybe,
and
right?
Again,
'Cause you
but
don't
against
wanna-
not against a flush draw. I mean, because it's pretty obvious where I'm at. You know, before we flipped
Sure.
over and all that.
Right.
I mean, he's got a pair. He's ahead right there, and again, it would have probably been diplomatic to do that, and what have you. But you know, again, it's just kind of one of those things. I think that was the right play on his part.
You know, it's interesting. What is king queen suited against a pair of eights? You just straight equity.
Huh. Let's see here.
I'm sure somebody in the chat will figure that out.
It should be like
Now I know he didn't have king queen suited, but if he did have
68-32, something like that.
I think
And-
that
and
I
Chaz
think
was
if, I think if
king
he had
queen
ace
off.
king this time, he probably would have called or raced it. But I think the king queen, king jack, anything like that is just too marginal to try and go up against that player with that hand. Because basically, if you don't hit a king or a queen,
you don't know where you're at.
you check, he's going to shove,
Hmm.
and then you're either going to call off your stack with only 2 cards to go versus 5.
Well, there's a lot of black chips that just went into the.
Well, there's 3 6s on the bottom board and 2 10s on the top board, so
There's only 2 players, so it's probably likely
it's
a chop.
most likely a chop,
Yeah.
unless you have 10-6.
That would be nice, wouldn't it?
How about 10-4-6?
Ooh.
It is Omaha hand, so
Yeah, it's Omaha. You could.
Ace 6 4-10. Oh my gosh! Don't put the Pokemon out there. Oh my goodness.
Uh-oh. Are we finally having a monster?
Well, it's gonna chop. It has to chop. It's very hard to scoop both boards, right?
Is that Jesse in the hand?
Yeah, Jesse.
Yeah. There's a
Jesse
6.
and El Thunderbird. El Thunderbird wants to scoop both boards. You know that. Get him to the real good plus. Jesse's up already. Oh, what if you have pocket 10s? You win both boards.
Yep.
Unless it's pocket 10s versus ace 6.
Wow. This is getting kind of crazy. Yeah,
Corey.
pocket 10s is
This is why bomb pots are so terrifying.
I love them. They're
Is
fun.
that a bet and a raise all in?
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah. And that's why I said, is this Jesse? I mean, okay. Is there any doubt that Jesse doesn't have a 6? And Now, how much nerves of steel is it on Thunderbird's part to be able to call that off, especially with 4 cards in the hole?
What is that bet? Do we even? We don't even have
Well,
it.
1, 2. That's
It's hard to see
three.
what Thunderbird bet.
5,
If those are stacks of
He's
of
standing up.
10, 3,500, he called.
No, he had close to 5,000.
So 1, 2, 3,000, and if the green
That's
is
4,000
yeah.
back there.
about
So
$5,000.
yeah, 41, 2, 3, 4, almost 4,500 plus what they pre-bet. So if Thunderbird's only calling with a pair, thinking he has kings, and he's got kings, 6s full of kings, and Jesse's raising with a 6,
Oh, this is crazy.
10-6. He has to have 10-6 to scoop. Look, Thunderbird's counting. He put a lot of money out there. He's not sure he wants to put the rest with a pair. He doesn't have the 6 because, of course, he'd snap call.
Yes.
So
Well-
he doesn't have the 6.
But
And maybe the 10 beats him also.
well,
Right.
and the thing,
10-6 is a monster.
oh, absolutely. And the other thing about Omaha is
Or ace-10.
I mean, the complexions of the boards. I mean, the 6s I don't think is going to change. Whoever's got a 6, my guess is Jesse. But the question is what else does Jesse have to go with a 6? And if you've got a 10 as your set good, I mean, there's so many different variables.
Right, what if you got 6-4-4
Right.
and you just have a 10?
Oof.
Yeah.
Or if you have pocket 3s,
Mm-hmm.
you got to be winning one board, if not both.
And
But he
it's-
has a snap call, so he's not sure which board he's
Definitely in the tank.
winning.
Well, and
'Cause oh my God,
oh wow,
I mean, he's got.
Jesse, you got to show, bro. Oh,
Yeah,
Jesse,
yeah, he ain't showing.
come on, he has to
No.
see it.
No Pokemons.
Oh my gosh, he
changed
lost.
hands.
That was a folded 1,500, a little over 1,500 for a $5,000 bet.
Yeah.
Oh, he showed. He flipped over an ace.
Pocket Rockets. Maybe you just represented that 6.
Oh my gosh,
Oh, isn't that just gut wrenching?
that was the big hand.
The big hand. that
Jesse
didn't
got
happen.
back all those chips plus some. They lost to DQ with the 5-3
Yeah.
versus Queens. Gives a little $10 tip to the dealer.
Fortunes change in a hurry on this table.
Mm. What a fold! I want to know,
Hey,
Thunderbird.
look on the TV. You can see him looking through his phone right there. It's amazing how you can picture in a picture in a picture. Dun 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 dun.
Okay, now that you're in here for a while, but when you guys are playing, are you watching the monitors of you guys playing?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
100%.
Like a hawk. Everybody is in there trying to act like they're not, myself included.
Right.
Somebody says, "Oh, you kind of watching over there, Holly?" Oh no,
What happened?
not me. It's
Look at this.
insane. Ruh-roh.
Well, it showed.
Oh, Chaz with Queens. DQ and Jack Deuce. Poor Chaz.
He doesn't have Queens.
No, I can't.
Card reader's off.
Yeah, something's off there.
Because it showed Raul with pocket 8.
Pocket
it
aces,
showed,
yeah.
It showed El Thunderbird with ace king. So the card reader's off just a little bit right there.
Technology is a wonderful thing when it
Oh
works.
my God, yes.
Where is Jesse? It says Jesse's at 1.7. That can't be
1.7.
right.
Oh, that's winnings. He's up 1,700.
He's
from
up.
his
He's
buy.
up more than that.
Is he?
Yeah, because he bought in for 3,400, and he's got he's got about 7,000, 6,000, 7,000. Let's see when it comes around to him, what they show him having. And El Thunderbird still a winner after losing that first big hand after folding that big double board bomb pot.
You know what? You know what I need to do?
What's that?
I need to get him to at least buy me a drink tonight.
Who's that?
Thunderbird.
and get your
you
Pokemon back.
No, I don't. I cannot touch that Pokemon ever
it's
again.
now a devil.
No, if I want it back,
Oh,
I
you
have
gotta
to
win it
earn
back.
it.
Got
I've
it.
got to win it back.
Got
Yes.
it,
No,
got it.
that's there's very specific rules to this. JT keeps reminding me about my Pokemon and my money sitting
No,
in
no,
Thunderbird Stag.
He's won more than your money.
I know he got my Pokemon.
Oh,
That's what I'm twisted
he
about.
got the lucky Pokemon that you had.
Wasn't quite so lucky that time.
Not all Pokemons are lucky.
Oh my goodness, it's DQ.
Never been back here.
This is pretty cool back here.
Is it really?
Yeah, now this is neat.
Nice. Y'all having a good
You want to
time?
grab a headset and talk for a second?
Sure.
DQ's joining
My
us. along with
favorite
Holly.
person. Oh my goodness, my favorite person tonight is coming to sit by me. Hi, DQ.
Hello, Miss Holly. How are you?
Oh, I am good. How are you?
I'm trying to entertain the table.
Evidently, you've been entertaining me all damn night.
That's good. I try.
So you just taking a few minute break, or
Yeah, no, we're going to play afterward, but when you play 64% of the hands or whatever else.
Yeah, you did. You know, your VPIP was a little bit lower than I was expecting tonight.
Paul said it was very low.
Well, you know what? A lot of times it is, but several times I made the mistake of looking at my cards, and then I folded.
You know, it's interesting. I got to thinking about your strategy for that. You know, calling a pre-flop bet without knowledge of what your cards are. You know, if you're deep enough, that's actually not a bad thing, because if you look at that's the advantage of a straddle. You know,
It's exactly the same thing.
Yeah, exactly, and you know,
It's got me at 7.6, but I got like 14 in front of me, but that's okay.
Right? Did you add on some plaques?
Stole them.
Okay.
Went right into the back, reached them, grabbed them.
When
some
Chuck wasn't looking.
Took some from Chaz, took some from SETI, and I took the only one that Trey had. Thank you, Trey. That was nice.
did you get Trey's Pokemon in the first part?
I did, yeah.
Yeah, that was rough.
No, it
I
wasn't.
mean,
It
it's
was
good
really
for you.
Yeah, it wasn't rough.
Yeah, I
I
know.
mean, for him. For him.
He was lonely without a Pokemon, so he had to take mine.
Yeah.
Right.
Oh my goodness.
Well, you know, we had a good time. I
Yes.
mean, it was a lot of fun. It's a shame that you all can't hear everything that
Right.
we're talking about at the table, because you
Right.
can see there's a lot of laughter, a lot of
Oh my goodness. I was telling them
stupid stuff going on.
It was crazy. I was telling them about some of the conversations that go on in there earlier, and that really tells the story too. You know, is the temperament. Now, one thing that I'm surprised about: there's been no giant hand tonight.
No, there hasn't. I've tried. I mean, I'm sleeping $200. I'm straddling $200. I'm trying to get any action that I can at the table, but I don't know. For some reason, I don't think the cards are just falling right, because there's never been a real opportunity.
Well,
Right.
there hadn't been a big hand. I mean, there's been a couple of, pretty good sized hands, but relative to what's sitting on the table, and
There's
the
been some
players
great
that are
folds,
there.
because Rhonda limps in with aces. Chaz makes it 1,100. You call with Jack 9 suited. She makes it 8,000 or whatever, and she comes back around to her.
Yep.
And everybody snap folds. So, I mean, it's very hard to call, 8,000 when you got 1,000 out there. But
Well, it's
the
true.
the play hasn't been given that action to make a big hand happen. So,
No, it hasn't. But at the same time, very few people other than maybe me or Chaz at that table will just make a loose call like that. Even with my Jack 9 of clubs, right?
Right.
Everybody else, I'm sure on the live stream, is like, "There's no way you called." Oh shit, he called. What is he doing? Because I'm calling for maximum punishment, right? So when Chaz makes that bet, and I call with Jack 9 of clubs, and I think about it, I think I probably took a full
I don't
4
think-
seconds that time.
yeah.
And the only thing I could think of was, "Oh my God, please come out, please come out, please! I'm gonna hurt Chaz. It's gonna be funny, and I'm
Right.
gonna laugh." And then Rhonda came in and just said, "Nope, no one's playing." Oh, look at this hand right now. Look what we got going on over here. Edward's got ace queen. He's almost up to 7% VPIP. Good for you, Edward. That was a joke. Big Daddy with ace king suited. 3 bets to 225. Oh, wait, that's me. I'm in the hand. 4-3 of hearts. You know I'm calling that. There's no way I'm
Oh my
missing that.
goodness!
But you
Is
look
there
at
something?
it. Do you always look when
DQ
there's
yeah.
If there's a double
A
bet,
three
I always
bet?
look. Always
Three
look.
bet? Yeah.
If there's a 3 bet, I always look.
Okay.
There's no reason to just be completely ridiculous.
Hey, I got to give credit where credit's due. That was a good bluff earlier today.
Thank you.
I'm fist bumping my main man DQ. Huh?
That's not what you said.
Well, we were talking about your hand, too, because she showed a queen, you showed a jack, and we were saying he could easily have Jack 9 there.
Yeah.
Where it ran out 9-9. Easily.
And Jack
Jack
9 is my favorite hand. So
Yeah.
Well, and
I love playing it.
and also, I mean, again,
Oh, wow. Chaz got out
Whoa.
flopped.
Yep.
Oh, man. He's going to make us
Yeah, see, I mean,
$400 or $500 bet, right?
I got to have some sort of opportunities here, but he's going to bet. They didn't say what he bet, but I think he bet 400 or 500.
Yeah.
And then,
500, yeah.
Edward's just going to come in and raise it up. He called. See, as you're looking over here.
It's probably going to go check here.
Chaz obviously thinks he's good over here. No, Chaz never checks. He's not. He's going to keep the pedal down. He'll always keep trying to go for it, especially when he feels like he has the best hand. So
Yeah, with ace king on that board, it's
1275.
well, and you got to remember
Yeah.
Edward
Oof.
didn't raise pre-flop, so he has to think his ace king is good, and maybe Edward's on a flush draw or something like that. Obviously, we can see he doesn't, but
yeah.
and then after so long, Edward's I'm sure going to take a look and just go, you know what, I'm done with this. Let me just take the hand now. Because, Edward's got to be sitting there thinking, okay, what's he calling? What's he raising with? Does he have the flush draw? So there's no way Edward's putting him on ace-king
No.
when he's got ace-queen. So, yeah, there you go. See, he's pulled out 1,300 there. But I'd be surprised if he just called and didn't go all in. Because I don't think you want to give Chaz a free card to the river. Yeah,
No.
there he goes. He goes all in.
Yeah.
And
Wow.
unless it's DQ donking off his chips, every normal poker player is going to fold.
Well,
Right.
you know what, DQ, we were talking in here today, and I was really giving you some props. Your range is so wide, and as an opponent who's played against you, I mean, you're difficult. I mean, and again, that's kind of the point of this game, and so I try and take positive and good things away from every session, and it's been a pleasure playing with you because I've learned some kind of new tricks and that sort of thing. So
Well, when you get to know the players and good quality players like yourself who play good cards, sometimes when you're trying to win money, sometimes you got to play the opposite cards. And so I don't mind taking the risks playing the opposite cards because when I do hit those, I'm going to win far more money than if I call you with good cards and then I just fold on the flop. Right. I can keep that going 2-3 streets down.
All right. You know that hand that I got busted out with Trey. He had no idea where I was at.
None.
Yeah, and again, that was playing those small suited connectors with position, and I had a lot of equity there. Whenever I got busted out, and it just it was what it was. Sometimes you win, sometimes you lose.
Trey probably thought that you were steaming a little bit, making a move, and he decided to sit in there and call and so forth.
Yeah.
And so
Well, I told them the mistake that I made was rather than make it 1,100 right there. I mean, if I have to be self-critical and whatnot, I say shove in. And instead of make it 1,100, if I shove,
he's going to fold.
I get my fold equity.
Of course,
Yeah,
absolutely.
And so
but what happens is as players, when we're playing these cash games, right, we're trying to make as much money as possible. So we want to keep them there, thinking that we have the best hand. So we don't necessarily make that shove that we know we're supposed to do. It's only when we go back and we sit down and review it, we think about it after. We're like, oh man, if I had just done this, this would have most likely happened.
Yeah, exactly.
Right, we were talking about when Chaz made it 800 and you made it 3,000.
Right.
Like I say, you can never call there because this is what DQ did all night was he played the 7-3, the 5-3. Now he's got the hand that he wants to crush you with, and you can't call.
Right.
Well, but the 3-5 that you did get called on over there.
By Jesse's queen.
Yeah, I was going to say your play prior to that's what got you paid.
Well,
on
and
that
I made
one.
the mistake on Raoul because I actually thought I had 4-5 and I thought I had the straight. So I made the big bet on the river for like 575, but not too big. I wanted him to call. And I even said I got a straight, and I flipped over my cards and went, oh, crud.
Right, because he took him a second to show. I was like,
right.
You were showing no pairs, and he's like, he hesitates. Like,
wakes up with
Well,
trips.
while he was still thinking about it, because I miscalled my hand, I made sure to let him know that, I made that mistake there. So, but that's also the beauty of having a large range, is that when you have a large range, when you have a really good hand, no one believes you at that point. And when they don't believe you, sometimes they'll make those calls.
Yeah, but some of us believe you sometimes.
Well, and that's the whole point. I mean, the whole point is I'm trying to get you
That's-
off of hands to do
That's
that.
twice DQ. That's twice.
That is twice. I
Yes.
agree. Did I win both those? I did? Okay.
Yeah, for sure.
Y'all can't see. She just gave me the look. See, like right now, here I am calling with pocket deuces. Chaz has got pocket sevens. We don't know what Edward has. And even though it doesn't work out for me, the only thing I could sit there and think of is, oh my gosh, all I did was smooth call with pocket deuces. If a deuce comes up, there's no way
Oh, it's
Yeah.
a
they're ever
trap.
gonna see
Nobody's
it.
going to put you on
Right.
that. No.
It's exactly what it is.
Well, and the thing about it is, in the cutoff, you know, especially, I mean, maybe a little bit later position, but
Yeah.
not.
But you know, a lot of people.
You know, I mean, on the button was what I was trying to
Yeah.
say. You know what I meant?
You know, I try to apply as much pressure as I can to every player that we play with, good, bad, or indifferent. And sometimes it works. And
Are
sometimes
you
it doesn't.
talking to a lot of players when you're in the hand with them?
I talk
Oh,
to
absolutely.
every
Okay, because I
single
see
player.
you. I see you turn, but we can't hear it, of course. And sometimes
Nope.
they pan away, but
Yep.
we see you initially
Well,
look
he's
at
looking
them.
at, okay, the hand that he bluffed me off, Holly. He's going like this, Holly, fold, fold. You know, and the funny part about it is
I didn't. Well, here's what I don't do. So I don't sit there and lie about my hands. I don't
Right.
sit there and say I have a hand when I don't have it. Like I just don't dishonor
Right,
the game that
right.
way. But I was politely asking her to fold. That was actually very sincere. She had me beat. So I wasn't doing anything dishonest. I was like, Holly, fold, Holly. You need to fold.
The thing about it is I had the queen of diamonds, and interestingly enough, when I threw them out there and told you, I said, pick one.
Yeah.
Had
But I knew what it was.
had I laid the diamond over there,
Right.
that would have put a little reverse pressure, and that's what I was looking. You just picked the wrong dang one.
Well,
But you know, look. Interestingly, you notice the poking back and forth, you know, between us. I mean, there's a lot of mutual respect for everybody
Absolutely.
at that table.
Right.
And every person that's sitting at that table.
Everybody but Trey. Look, when he comes back and listens to us, nobody respects Trey. There's no way. But everybody else
He
we
has
respect.
my Pokemon, so he has my respect at least for tonight.
Look at him sitting over there. He's like, "Yep, I got a Pokemon."
I know, and he's got it sitting up there. That's you know who that is? Which Pokemon that is? That's Fennekin.
Finnegan. I don't even know how this thing started. It started a while back, and next thing I know, I won a few hands, and I started getting Pokemon.
Have you played with Randy in seat 10 before or 9?
Randy and I have played a lot of times together, and Randy has not had the success against me that he's wanted.
Well, you know, Rhonda had aces against his jacks. The board was 8 high. He raised, she re-raised, he called. The board was 8 high. She bet, and he folded.
Right.
I was like, wow, that's super strong. You know?
He is really good at determining when he's beat.
Who,
However,
Randy?
Randy.
Yeah.
But the problem is that at the same time, players like that, you can also bluff the hell out of them.
Yeah, you can exploit scare
you can
cards
exploit the hell out of them, so that when they have jacks, they don't have that gumption to turn around and just keep calling. Even though he was behind there,
He was
More
behind, but
times
the
than not-
board said he was good.
But more times than not,
Right.
he's going to be thinking he's good. So when somebody raises players like that and they fold, you know, that just says how good of a play that Rhonda made at that point in time
Yeah.
to get somebody like that folding.
Well, you know what's interesting about this game tonight? You know, with the denominations being 5-5-25, you know, people bought in. Like I didn't even think about it tonight when I got here. I think I brought $3,000 and I found 400 in my wallets that was hiding somewhere there. So I was like, okay, I think because everybody was so deep stacked tonight, it became a much more fundamentally sound poker game and not the the kind of the loose crazy action that we've had and just the 5-5 game last week was way more action than this
Right.
on Thursday.
See, I don't know what happened because Poker Traveler bought in for 4, Chaz bought in for 5, the other guy bought in for 4,200, but then I saw
Somebody comes in and bumps it up to 10.
Rhonda had 10 right off the
So
bat.
it was me.
So-
I came in and I bought in for 6, not knowing what everybody's going to buy for it. Then Seti goes, nope, and he adds on. Then Chaz goes, well, you guys are not outdoing me.
Right.
And then Rhonda says, well, give me 10. Next thing you know, we're all sitting there with like 10,000.
Yeah.
But poor Holly over here didn't get the memo.
Right.
No, evidently
And so, you know, she was inadvertently playing short stack. And so, you know, it's just one of those those different things over there.
We saw you and Raul played a lot of hands together tonight.
I've never
Was
played
that
with Raul.
just
I've never
by
played
random?
With him. Yeah, so I've never played with him before. So I realize that everybody in the live stream thinks it's ridiculous. I was willing to lose to Raul 4 or 5 times and call his bets. I just needed to see the range of hands that he plays. But that will never happen twice.
Okay.
So I just, I've got a great memory for these types of things and the
Right.
people I play with. I've never seen the guy, never played with him. But the next time he plays in the live stream, it'll be an entirely different scenario.
Right.
And I'll have him trapped really well because I've got his range down pretty good.
Okay.
Yeah, I've got yours down too.
Because
Right.
it just
So-
seemed like it was just
Ace
showed
to
you.
deuce.
Yes, my range is ace to deuce unsuited.
Exactly.
But, even when you're playing somebody like Raul, I even put on the live stream that I just called
Right,
off
the one time you called-
$1,500 in total just because I just wanted to see what he played with. I needed to
Right.
be able to see if it's exactly what I put him on. He's a very good player, but he also doesn't have a big range. So
No.
because he doesn't have a big range, that helps me out in the future for knowing.
We're talking back here, and every time we looked up, we go, "Shit, it's Raul and DQ again. What the hell?"
Well,
you know,
that's
like,
because no
are
one
you
else-
Are you? I wasn't sure. I didn't see the action pre-flop, so I wasn't sure if he bet, he
No.
raised and you called, or if you had raised and he had called, and then we see the hands. Like, okay, well, it had to go this way.
Well, Jesse's
really-
got a nice little flush draw here.
It's one of those things where because there's so many people
Had one.
deep stack on the table that if I've got $25 or $50 on the table and somebody's going to raise it to 200 or 175 or 225, look, I don't care how bad my hand is, I can catch up.
Right.
Right? That's the way I look at it. Turns out it didn't always work, and Raul won every single flop against me. But that was okay because I know where his range is, and so the next time that we go to play together, I will have a distinct advantage over that. Plus, he also got the benefit of sitting where he is, so
Right.
he get to watch me do my DQ stuff.
Right.
You
You
know,
got to see quite a few
and-
hands
and-
before we got to play against you.
And I'll give credit where credit's due. It's it's intimidating when you're sitting on a short stack. And again, I'm just giving you my perspective of it. Okay, like the hand and the queens. I'm like, do I want to? I mean, because I was sitting there thinking to myself, I either have to fold this bluff or I've got to jam it. And I elected, and again, just based on the interactions that we've had before, I'm like, you know what? This is like the second or third hand of the stream, or no, maybe 30 minutes into it, whatever. Do I want my night to be over with yet? And then you ask a pretty interesting question, JT did, and think about this, DQ. Okay, let's say that I did call that off. Okay, and I think you made it 900 or whatever on the
950, I think it was.
yeah.
950.
And how would that? Because that actually would have changed my range had I won that hand. Because then I would have gone up a little over.
You'd been right
But
around
it'd have
5,000.
been, yeah, it'd have been right around 5,000, and that would have definitely changed my range. It would have changed, my thought process on the hands that I play.
We had somebody on the chat over here making this funny little comment saying, it's really easy to do with your big stack, but try it with a short stack. And for those people that have never played with me, I play the same whether I've got a deep stack or a small stack. So I think it makes it more difficult. And I have a lot of respect. I watch all these people in the live stream, and man, there's some great poker players that do that. And they're either semi-pros or they're trying to round and they're doing their things or whatever else. I'm literally just out here having fun. And, kind of JT, as we talked about before, there's a few of us on that table that our only goal is maximum pain. Like if I can felt somebody, like when I beat Trey, oh man, giving him the chorizo, it was absolutely, it was worth every single bit of it.
Well, do you remember our conversation sitting there at the table? I'm not sure I can say that word, but I think it
I
has
don't
something.
think you can. I'm not even sure we should be talking about that on the live stream right now.
They're going.
Maximum pain. What was it?
Maximum pain.
That's DQ. They're saying who was talking about hurting people.
Oh, sorry, DQ talking.
That's
Oh
DQ.
my God! Yeah, DQ's getting
Sitting in
going.
seat 4, as you can see him right there playing. But
Eating
he's,
my little M&Ms. Needed to have a little snack. Brought some M&Ms.
Hey, where'd you get that chair? Or do you tote that with you everywhere you go and play, or do
No,
they keep
so-
that here for you?
I've got some back pains and stuff from some cancer that I've had, and so for anybody who's ever played with me has always known that I carry a pillow everywhere. I bring it to every game, and everybody makes fun of me whenever I walk into any card house, any game. But I have to do it for the comfort. And after a while, I finally just asked the owners, listen, can I please just buy my own chair, bring it, whatever else? And so we had dinner last Wednesday, and they said, sure. Before they could change their mind, I
Sure.
was on the computer on Thursday.
Having it
ordered
delivered.
I paid like extra to have it like 2 days sent to me. Last night I'm putting it together. I brought it into Rounders over here, and they agreed to just keep the chair here, so that way I can do that. And so a lot of us, we're going to go play another live stream next Monday at a different place. And if that works out, I might go buy myself a chair and leave it up there too, so I don't have to bring pillows.
Wonderful. You were telling us a story today, that you'd kind of, dealt with some life challenges and
Yep.
whatnot. And you know what was really remarkable to me is your zest and your love of life, and you can tell that in the way that you play. And there's no fear there, and that's impressive. And so, anyways, just
No, it's also
kudos
incredibly
to you.
stupid. It's also incredibly stupid. I mean, look, as if y'all don't know, I host a regular Friday game at Rounders, 4:00, and it's a 5-10 game with a $5 ante, and it plays significantly bigger than this one does
Right.
over here. And everybody shows up to play all the time, and they don't show up because I'm just such a fun player. They show up to watch me punt. However, there have been quite a bit of times when I was the receiver. Tonight I've punted quite a bit, and that's okay. I'm still going to play the exact same way every single time. Look at this, Elf Thunderbird over here flopping a set over here. We don't know what Edward has because he hasn't looked over here. Now, if I remember correctly, I believe Edward here has pocket kings. He has not shown his hand. So for Thunderbird over here to have pocket fours, there's no way anybody's putting him on pocket fours because there was a big pre-flop raise, right? And Thunderbird called it. And so then Edward turns around and he makes the bet on the flop. Thunderbird just flats. So we'll see what he's going to do over here because now we've obviously still have the straight draw out there. Now we've got a flush draw out there. We've even got a backdoor straight draw with that if you had a 5-6, 5-6 of spades.
5-6.
And so, now Edward goes ahead and checks, and Thunderbird's going to make his move over here. And it'll be interesting to see when he bets what Edward does. Does he call it? Does he look at it? Is it suspicious to him? If I'm right and he still has pocket kings, then he is literally going to, he's going to call thinking he's still good.
Yeah.
So
He
now
wants
we
to
get-
fade a
and both of
spade
them
or
are-
a straight
He's
card.
got to fade a spade, a straight.
He needs
he's
a
gotta fade
3,
lot.
a 2, something like that, and he'll.
Oh, look at that. So if you're putting Thunderbird on a straight draw, even the flush draw on the turn, and the queen
And
comes.
you have no idea he's
Yeah,
on a boat.
you
Yeah, it's
gotta-
such a cooler.
Well, and also the L Thunderbird hand, for those of you that don't know, is Jack 7. So
Right.
so
Yeah.
Trey will play Jack 7 like he plays aces, the same way I play Jack 9 suited.
And 3-5.
And so even yes, even 3-5. And so even if you put him on Jack 7, you're thinking, gosh, Trey just got counterfeited on the river. But Trey looks like he is just going to about tee it off for a giant bet over here. And we'll take a look and see what we can't really see what the bet is because the dealer there,
1,800 maybe?
1,800. It was
Half pot size?
It was a fairly substantial bet there. I do remember that.
Yeah, 1,700.
And what he's doing is he's putting Edward to the tester because Edward has got what 7% VPIP at this time. He's only playing quality hands over here. So Edward has to be sitting here going, okay, what the hell just happened? Like, how did I go from being first pre-flop, first what he thought was on the flop, first on the turn, to now being behind? And so he's going through all the different ranges that L Thunderbird has. And L Thunderbird's a very good player. So when you have a good player who makes a bet like that, you just naturally don't think he's bluffing. So I would imagine that Edward's going to get away from this.
Yeah, I'm thinking that right now, I'm thinking that he just won with Ace Queen against Ace King against Big Daddy Chaz, and now he's thinking the Ace Queen came back to bite me in the butt.
Yeah, and
With
then
him flopping top pair, and then rivering 3 of a kind.
yeah, Kurt, you're right. Max Payne does equal overbet exploit. You are 100% correct there, and yet I still do it every time. Yes, yeah. Listen. I'm not. When I come onto the live streams to play, I'm not sitting here trying to play tight quality poker. If I try to mimic my game out of anybody, it would be Sunny if she's still on the live stream, because after watching her a few weeks ago, that's about
wasn't
what
that
I decided.
cool?
Yeah, it's about what I decided to play. Hell, if Sunny's gonna do this, I'm gonna do this too. The only thing I didn't do was, jump all over the table, but I almost did a couple of times.
But you know what?
Love you, Sonny, if you're still out there.
Yeah, absolutely, Sonny. That was impressive
Look,
to
he
watch.
folded.
Miss Holly
Yeah.
loves you.
Yeah, see, but that's why Edward, by the way, is a good solid player. Like he was able to sniff it out and know he was beat. And although that's really tough to lay down kings
As
there.
I'm saying, a 2 or 3 comes on the river, he's calling any bet.
Well, but think about this. So good players who are not as good as Edward, they would have shoved on the turn.
Yes.
Right? They would have shoved on the turn. They wouldn't have given somebody the ability to what he thinks is catch up with that queen. He didn't know. Now, as it turns out, Trey actually showed him that he had a full house after Edward showed it. So we've all been very good tonight. We're not making everybody wait for the live stream to catch up.
gotcha.
We've been showing everybody what we have, and so Trey showed him there. That's a good quality fold there from Edward. That it's a guarantee I would have never made. I would have just called it.
Yeah, but
And lost.
I mean, it's like if it's a 2 or 3 or something that didn't make a straight or a flush, he's calling any bet other than the board pairing.
Yeah. Hey, a lot of the people at the table want to know. I know that E. McKenzie had some sort of. He was trying to raise money because people want to get Nick from Yuma at a game, someplace.
Really?
Any place. Oh yeah. So Nick, we know you're out there. You're all over the place, but I know that a lot of players want to see you just get at one game, any game, someplace. So if you're out there, keep listening because somebody's going to help you out.
There you go.
I
Nick's
have
going to be playing at
all
Rounders.
of the big bosses behind me. Does that mean that I have to get up now? Oh, okay. I thought the muscle came in. I'm like, listen, you can't stay. But I'm sober. I'm not like Bones. Bones, if you're out there, I'm not pulling a Bones. I'm just having a good time over here. How much time we got left on the live stream?
About 28 minutes.
28 minutes? Oh, okay. Good. All right. Well, I'm going to go back and play a little bit. I feel like trying to.
Is the
punt
table
some more.
is the table
Oh
full?
yeah,
or?
the table's full. We're not going anywhere.
They're not going anywhere tonight.
No.
You know, and for
Oh, look at this. I don't even know what happened. But standard DQ, I 3-bet to 675 with 8-9 of spades, right? And look at Thunderbird over there with pocket tens. He is licking his chops.
the deck hit him in the forehead.
Yeah, he is looking for revenge. He's been looking for revenge all night.
Trying to get that 5K back.
Absolutely, which will never happen.
And it says 5.8, which we know is like 12,000.
That's correct.
Right.
Because he can't see all the
Plaques,
I
yeah.
tried to spread them out. So
No,
that-
I counted your
yeah.
stack. Like you had 12,000 something.
Right, but that's okay. I'd like everybody to think I only have 5.8 thousand. But you can see he's looking at this, and what he's really thinking is there's no way DQ is that strong, which he was correct as usual.
Yeah.
And he's going to call, and it'll be very interesting to see what happens on the flop after he makes this call.
But that's a really good 3-bet with suited connectors out of the
Absolutely.
big blind.
Well, but it's not only a good bet for me on the big blind, but they're not going to put me on it.
No, it's a way higher value hand than
Right.
anybody would expect with you in the
So-
big out of the big blind.
So we look at the flop over here:
Oh,
6 of
my
spades,
gosh.
3 of spades, ace of spades. So now I have to sit there and go, what am I going to do?
yeah, the eights.
And
the ace costs you
Thunderbird is
money.
looking here going, gosh, did DQ really call me with ace something? And he's probably thinking ace deuce. He's not putting me on a quality hand. And what am I doing? I'm doing a continuation bet. I've got 4 spades. And at this point, I'm actually willing to put all 12,000 in on that draw. And
Right.
because everyone here who's played with me knows that I'm willing to do it, and I've done it so many times, I'm going to get a good quality fold. And I appreciate that, Trey, for folding the best hand. Because I never said,
Well,
oh, look at me, 63% VPIP. I don't actually know what that
You're
means.
low.
but-
You're
and-
getting lower.
Am I getting lower?
Yeah.
And there
Oh,
again,
damn.
well, and there again, just exactly what you said. There was the mistake I made on the hand against Thunderbird is not going all in. And boy, that's you're sure right about that aggression. Aggression and
So when I
and betting with a wide range.
So it's going to sound silly. When I started watching poker, when I first started watching it on TV, the person I watched was Gus Hansen. So if
Wow.
you remember watching Gus Hansen,
Right.
you couldn't put that guy on a hand to save your life.
Absolutely.
He raised everybody. He had ultimate aggression. And at that time, he was still winning. Of course, he's a champion backgammon player as well.
Right.
And I don't really see him much on the poker scene, but I always liked that. I was like, why do I want to sit back, only play the best hands? And I do realize that for people that do this for a living, they're trying to make money, and they're trying to make money at it. And I'm fortunate. I have a very good job at Dairy Queen, and they pay me very good to make blizzards and clean up the restrooms and everything. So I get to sit here and I get to have some fun playing cards over here. And there's, sometimes when I go play games where you have nothing but Raoul's on the table, then I'm forced to play real poker.
Right.
And I I just don't enjoy it.
Right.
I want to have some fun, and we've got a good group of people. If you haven't been watching, we've been laughing. Not Raul. Raul doesn't laugh, but everybody else laughs and has a great time. And we're having a lot of fun in the chat over there. And for those of you that don't know, Rhonda's got like everybody on the chat talking about it.
Oh,
It's
yeah,
absolutely
yeah.
hilarious. Like Rhonda's like the star. Like,
Oh, absolutely.
like Rhonda's Gladys Knight, and we're all her pips. That's what it is.
And Raul should be smiling. He's up $5,000 tonight.
Well, he
Yeah.
is because DQ gave it him all. I don't know if he beat anybody
How much
else.
is
but
he
me.
up tonight?
Over 5,000.
He's up. Well, I think he bought in for 5.
No, he bought him for
3,500.
3,500.
So yeah, so he's up
3,500.
5,000. I'm pretty
Oh
sure
no,
it's
that
on
was
me.
Robert. Excuse me.
No, I bought him for
40
35.
42.
42.
Yeah.
So he's doubled up. He's done very good. Hey, Jen, I'm still waiting on that invitation to go to Colorado. I'm all set to go over there. We'll go play some cards. All right, so where are we at here? Look
Well,
at
the chat
Thunderbird.
stream's been pretty active tonight.
Well, and it's interesting. So obviously everything is completely wrong on the stack size there. But maybe El Thunderbird does have 12,500. Rhonda probably does have 12. I know mine is wrong.
Well, he won the
That
hand
one
with the
double
set.
up. Yeah, that one double up.
Yeah.
Or close to it. Rhonda is the bomb. Well,
You
she
know
has
the other full house he had in the early part of the session with the ace 4 against Robert. That was such a well played and a very hidden hand. Robert had no idea what hit him.
No, it's wonderful when these things happen. That's for sure. So what do we got going on here?
Rhonda with Queen Jack
Rhonda
from
with
under the
Queen
gun.
Jack.
She's not
Look
going to
at
play
Cats
that.
over
Apparently,
there.
she only plays aces.
Randy over there with Queen 10. So Randy, not to critique Randy, but here's Randy over here. He's got Queen 10 of diamonds. He's under the gun. He's just going to call. And unfortunately, Randy gets to these positions to where if somebody makes a 2-bet or a 3-bet, he just doesn't call. He lets it go. And so, with these type of positions, I'm going to raise. And I'm going to raise a pretty decent amount, like 250, 275.
Well,
so that only people like Chaz call, like only the top ones right there.
Well, but even then, with Queen 10 suited, he's got a lot of equity even into a 3-bet. And unless it gets out of hand, he should be making that call. I mean, he's over folding if
There you go,
you
bet
know.
in the fold.
Right, because that's unfortunately that's how he's going to play that. And so when you've played with players like that a lot, and you know what they're going to do,
You just
then
exploit it,
That's right.
yeah.
You can just be aggressive. So yeah, V, it's DQ. I'm on the mic over here. So I think I am going to go back and play because I wanted to
All
come
right.
in and say hi. I've never been here before, but I've
Appreciate you
heard
coming
people coming here.
by.
Just wanted to say hello to everybody out there in the chat. Really appreciate you guys coming out here. Smash the likes out there,
I do
so
okay.
that way we can keep going. And I'm going to go back and try to punt off some more money. Oh, look who just showed up! The
Oh, we have
yeah.
Miss Rhonda, my girl.
Wait a minute. I'm sorry. We have to go. Bye. What?
All right, DQ. Thank you, buddy.
All right, guys.
Thanks for
DQ,
stopping in.
I enjoyed playing with you today. Hey, what's going on, Miss Rhonda?
Well, I just came by to say hi.
Oh, I'm glad you did.
I know everybody's loving you, Holly.
Oh, well, thank
And
you.
I mean, of course, the rest of you as well.
Oh my God, and we have had so much fun in here, and
Really?
we were watching that big hand that you had with the aces, and
Yeah, I had them
wow.
a couple of times tonight, didn't I?
Yeah,
Yeah.
you did.
It was nice. Which one are you referring to? I'm
The
sorry.
first
You
one.
you limped in for
Yeah.
275 with aces.
That was
then
beautiful,
Chaz
wasn't
made
it?
Made it 1100.
Yeah, I just looked
And
over at
DQ
Chaz.
called.
Yeah, and he had that special gleam in his eye that he gets, and I thought, you know what? I'm just going to call here and see what happens. And it was really nice.
No, it was good. It was good.
I
and
loved
it was, And what we were talking about there is having a limping range, and so many players get overly excited when they get aces or kings, and they don't get any action out of it.
Right.
And so the way that thing played out, the way you did it from, I think you were in middle position, weren't you?
Well, it was
Yes.
3-bet.
Yeah.
She
Yep.
calls hoping that someone's going to 4-bet, which is very unlikely most of the
Yeah,
time.
and then
Well,
Chaz
now
and
let
it
me
worked
interrupt
out.
you there, JT. Let's not forget I had DQ behind me.
Yes.
Yeah.
Please, DQ.
He knows I
on,
love him. I
brother.
love
Yes.
you, DQ. So
Likewise.
I was counting on that from DQ. I honestly didn't expect it from Chaz, but nonetheless, it was rewarding for me, and I was really happy.
And they made it a nice steep bet too.
Yeah, and I'll tell
1100.
you, another interesting hand. I don't know if we've seen it yet. I assume we have. Is when I have pocket kings, and there were
I don't
no.
remember. No.
Okay,
So did it become?
so it must be coming up.
Oh yeah, we saw pocket kings.
Yeah, and what happened was
Oh, that's right. Yeah,
we
yeah,
had
yeah.
there it was just a min raise. I want to say 125, maybe 225, 3 callers, and I made it 525. And I really, in my mind, I wondered, did I
Overbet that.
did I overbet that because everyone folded?
That's why I didn't remember it, because it was just gone.
Well, I'm
Yeah,
going
it
to tell you
just
why I
went gone.
did it. I did it because I believed there were enough hands out there that someone was holding an ace.
Mm-hmm.
And ironically enough, after everyone folded, DQ said, "Can I see a flop?" And of course, we don't normally do that, right? But because he's DQ and he gets what he wants, right? I mean, the man has his own chair, for God's sake.
Exactly.
They immediately, threw a flop out. And first card off the deck is an ace.
Oh, wow.
And so I, very quickly patted myself in the back and said, "And this, this was a good decision." Unlike a few of my decisions tonight, but
Well, you had aces again when
Yes.
Randy had pocket jacks.
that was an
And
interesting hand.
And there was an 8-high board. I don't know how he got away from it.
Yeah.
I know you put them all in for his chips, but still, he had the board crushed with his hand.
I can tell you, Randy and I have played together a lot, and I
Okay.
think how he got away with it is, it was purely respect. He knew that if I was going to push, and I may have overrepresented there. I probably should have chilled out a little bit, but I can't remember the exact hand if there was any potential for a flush draw.
Yeah, there was a flush.
Okay,
Yeah.
so that
Spades, I
may have
think.
been that may have been part
That's
of it.
what I said. I said that's a protection bet is what that
Yeah.
was. And we've had some interesting discussions in here tonight, and as you sit here and watch it from this side, isn't it crazy?
It is totally
Because
different.
you're not all tensed up, and you're in game. We all get this kind of eye of the tiger, and you're there and you're in the moment. And when you sit back watching it from this side, you're like, oh, yeah, you see a lot more things
Yeah.
than you see in
Right.
game. And
Oh, I absolutely agree with you. Even just this little bit, even though we can see, what's happening on the television, 30 minutes later, something about watching it here, I guess you're able to focus more. There's no noise other than what's going on between us.
Right, because when you're in the hand, when you're
Yeah.
playing and you're not in the hand, you're on your phone.
Yes.
You're chatting with us or
Yes.
chatting with everybody, but you're distracted. So you're
Right.
like taking your mind out of relaxing, so you're not worried about playing every hand. But here you can relax because you're not having any money invested. So you're able to watch every hand and every movement, see who does what.
Yeah, you're not worried about the sharks attacking,
Right.
and your stack is, I'm constantly looking at that stack and paying attention what's happening and where am I, and whereas right here I think I can sit back and look and kind of observe, and I actually have seen some interesting things tonight.
Oh, wow, this could be a big hand here.
yes.
Oh, wow.
2 flush draws going at it.
I actually, as you know, there's a delay, right? So
Right.
I'm very familiar with this hand. I won't, no spoiler. But I'm going to tell you to just go ahead and start chewing your fingernails right now.
Are you still playing right now? You're just taking a little break?
No, actually we ended.
Okay.
So the live stream is over. There were some technical issues early in.
Right.
And so
yeah,
we
that
made
pushed
up
a
for
little
that.
later.
Yeah.
It's like midnight already.
Yes. Uh-huh.
Oh, wow.
So, look at my cute new earrings, Holly.
I love them. Look
I
at that.
know, aren't those cute?
Yes. And
Okay,
that-
okay, enough with that.
Royal
Come
blue is your
on.
color too.
Do we have chat still going on? See, oh, it's right here in front of me.
Yeah.
Well, darn it! I just really wish I
Can
had
we
my
just get a
reading
Rhonda
glasses.
highlight reel?
Here, look through the
Oh,
bottom of these.
Thank you, sweetheart. Thank you. Oh my goodness. Oh my God, you're blind as a bat.
What?
Big Daddy's in the house.
Daddy Chaz.
Come here, baby.
People know that he does not have ace king of diamonds here.
Oh no, Oh,
Correct it?
yeah, he doesn't have
Okay.
ace king of diamonds.
Oh,
I'm
that's
gonna
king
let you know
king
that.
of diamonds.
What's that?
Come on, come on.
That makes even more sense.
That's a dirty hand then. We were thinking there's going to be like a big monster hand.
Just wait.
Oh, that's my friend BJ. Yeah, we've got a lot of time, folks. Yeah, I'm going to tell you now that El Thunderbird Trey does not have ace king of diamonds. Big Daddy Chaz, however, does have jack 6 of diamonds. And may I add, the best laugh in the state of Texas and possibly the entire United States.
Holly, can I still the heads up
Yes.
for Big Daddy for
Yeah.
a second?
Yep.
Why, he's in
I
this
saw
hand?
You. Perfect. Here you go.
Oh, Big Daddy, you know there was some tension here. I'm actually about to stand up and just do some breathing exercises here because I could see what was happening, right?
All right, welcome,
All
Big
right, am I
Daddy
in?
Chaz. He's watching himself in his hand.
Oh, look at
Oh,
this.
Chaz, they want
What's
you.
going on right here?
What's going on is I lead the turn inexplicably here. Pick up a pretty good turn card, so I'm like, you know what? Let's put a bet in, see if we can get Trey to fold his hand. Again, he has 2 kings here. I didn't think he was that strong.
2 kings.
Yeah, he has 2 kings. With
Not
the king of
ace
diamonds.
king.
So, yeah, and then he raises me. And at this point, it's pretty hard for Trey because he 3-bet me pre-flop to have a lot of really strong hands here. So with the Jack 6 of diamonds, I'm thinking I'm going to get a lot of credit for having a lot of strong hands. And, yeah, I decided to shove.
Oh, my gosh.
Decided to shove.
That was one of the sexiest moves I've ever seen in my life. I'm not going to lie, Chaz. I was like, look at the way he just pushed the money into the pot.
We have sexy Big Daddy Chaz in the chat.
Oh, God. I love Chaz so much. And we've got so much time right now before Trey actually makes a decision.
Yeah, this
so
takes a while.
it's fine if I ramble on.
Oh,
I just
yeah,
want to make
for
that
sure.
very clear.
For
And just
sure.
real quick, I want to say I have more than 5,100 here. So I think I had 6,500 when I went all in. So it's about 3,500 for Trey to call.
And the Pokemon. Let's not forget the Pokemon. The
Yeah.
Pokemon was in play
In play.
here.
I threw in the Snorlax, yep.
You did it, and you did it very confidently.
Mm.
No one would have ever known that you had Jack 6 of diamonds.
You didn't put me on Jack High here?
Actually, I did. I said, you know what? Big Daddy Chaz is, look at me. I'm probably telling someone he has Jack High. Trey is thinking, what is he thinking here, Chaz? I know what he's thinking. Would you like to tell our viewers what he's thinking?
So in Trey's spot here, I mean, it's a pretty interesting spot if you have 2 kings to the king of diamonds. If you're in Trey's spot, you do not want to have the king of diamonds because you want me to have some bluffs if you're going to have kings here and be calling. He's in a really tough spot. Again, when I make this line 3-betting the turn here on this draw heavy of a board, I'm gonna have a huge range advantage. Trey's just not gonna have a lot of strong hands. So obviously kings is pretty high up in his range. So he does need to be calling with some aces and some kings. Again, I think with kings with the king of diamond, it's really close. And knowing Trey and I's dynamic, it's really tough. Because that plays a big factor in his hand. Trey and I have played a lot of really big pots together. I've shown Trey a lot of bluffs in these types of situations. So getting the odds that he's getting, I mean, he's getting 3,500 to win.
Oh, no.
12,000.
I'm so sorry. God, I didn't know that was on camera. Holy cow. Oh, God.
What did you bet on the turn to him raise you to?
Oh,
I didn't
I'm
see.
so
I couldn't see
sorry,
the raise
America.
amount.
I bet 1,100 on the turn, and he raised me to 2,500.
Oh, okay.
And actually, in Trey's shoes, I think flat calling is way better. It's because, again, he doesn't have that many strong hands to be raising there, and I'm going to have a ton. So I think I would prefer him just to call, but he did raise. And, again, when I shove here, like my hands are just going to be super, super strong. I should have a pretty huge range advantage here. But, again,
I have to tell you, that was highly intellectual. I really like the way you broke that down. Did you see my earrings, Chaz? They are so cute.
Let's get to the real stuff. Forget the poker.
Oh, my God. Will someone tell her to sit down? You're on camera, for God's sake.
Hey, Chaz.
You do know that the camera adds 20 pounds easily, right?
Oh my God, it does not. You look great.
Oh, Holly, stop it. Yeah, this is...
But you know, I was self-critiquing here earlier, Chaz, and I was in a similar situation when I got felted, and he calls off with a 10. You know.
It's been a while since I've been felted.
well, here's just real quick.
It's a tough call for him because he got felted early. He got it all back plus some.
Yes.
And now he could be
Yes.
back down to where he started. Like, gosh.
That is
Yeah.
exactly
That's
what
going
I
through
was...
your mind,
yep,
right?
that's what's going through his mind.
I got it all back, and now he could be back to.
And he was up a little bit. He was up a little bit.
2,000 at
Oh,
one
good.
time.
Okay.
And another thing in Trey's shoes here to keep in mind, he's getting about 3-1 here on a call, so he only has to be right about 25% of the time. And given he and I's dynamic that I've mentioned a few times, it probably does make some sense to turn to be calling here with kings, even with the king of diamonds. So, and again, I mean, you'll see how the hand plays out, whether he calls or not. But
We still have so much time.
I'm gonna
and
say he
so-
folds.
Oh.
Just
Don't. It's
I don't
a spoiler.
know.
Yeah,
I
I
haven't
don't
seen
want.
it.
Yeah, I don't want to
know. I'm saying it's fold only because of the dynamics of how he ran early to where he's at now, and you're telling him that you have the best hand, and he's not gonna call.
Oh my goodness.
He says call.
Oh,
Daggone it, he
did.
called.
He
Yep.
did. And now this is what you have to really. This is
A
interesting.
7 hurts him. A diamond hurts him.
David Marsh, I see you. I totally love you, my little bus stop partner from
Oh my
from
gosh.
the 5th and 6th grade.
So here we go. This is a massive
my
pot, and the
goodness.
pot is bigger than what it says on the screen because again,
Sure.
I have
You shove in for 55 or 57.
there's about $2,800, and there's the 7 on the rim.
Oh my god.
God, it was just it was so.
Got them at the
Chaz.
straight. I did it. I did it.
I told you he was going to call. I didn't say he was going to
Chaz, that was.
Did you get Finnegan back?
I got Finnegan back,
He
and,
got
and you'll
Finnegan.
see Trey toss me the Pokemon
Yeah,
here.
he gently. You're going to see him gently slide it over to Chaz.
Yes.
A lot of respect in this little toss over that's coming.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
And again, this pot was even bigger than what it says on the screen. It was about another $3,400.
Yeah. Oh, there he
And there goes the
goes.
Finnegan.
Aw.
That was in disgust.
That was. Oh, he
That
was
was
thoroughly
disgusting.
disgusted. It's unfortunate that we don't have audio, because you would hear a lot of interesting sayings and expletives as well. Yes. Chaz, I worship you.
Ooh.
You are the big daddy. And
That is
hand
brutal.
wasn't it?
That was an
Wasn't it?
absolutely crazy hand. And again, that was over a $15,000 pot. That ended up being a huge pot, by
Yeah.
far the biggest
Yeah.
of the session.
Well, we've been talking about that all night, and that we didn't have one coming. And there it is.
Well, and I have to be honest with you. At this point, I was the big winner for the night, and Chaz had to go in and destroy that. He ruined my dreams. I wanted to walk away with some kind of trophy, and didn't get it. But hey, I got to come back here and talk. That was super fun. I love you guys. I'm gonna skedaddle.
Okay.
But thank you. It was so fun.
Yay.
Holly, they loved you.
Good.
They
I
loved
enjoyed
you.
that.
Rhonda, we'll see you next time.
Rhonda, good night. And, you know, a big shout out to JT and Fig. Thank y'all for inviting all of us to come. You know how much fun that it is to come and look from the other side? Didn't you have fun, Rhonda, doing this from this side and talking to everybody? Oh, isn't that cool?
I want to do it sometime. I would love it. I really would.
Well, and you know what, Chaz? That's twice that he's made a call like that against a flush and a straight draw. I said that was twice
Trey.
tonight. Yeah,
Yeah.
and
See,
you
Rhonda.
know, sometimes you win them, sometimes you lose them.
Yeah, I mean, and again, Trey ended up making a really good call there. So just got unlucky down the river. Obviously, the 7 gets me the straight. So
Yeah,
You had outs.
he
Had
had
outs.
lots of them.
But I will say real quick, that's why it's important to be bluffing with hands that have equity right there. You don't want to be choosing just a ton of random bluff hands to be trying bluffing Trey with in that spot. You want to have hands where, I have the gut shot, I have the flush draw, I have the over card in case he does have a hand like ace-10 where he kind of called me light. So yeah, you always want to, in most situations, you want to try and bluff with equity. And you'll see, and it shows in that hand why it's important. 'Cause sometimes you're going to win.
Yeah.
Well, and again, that just further underscores that, Chaz, you were willing to put it out there and put some horsepower behind your bet, and that's I've been telling JT all night. That was a mistake I made. Is my $1,100 bet wasn't enough against him, and that was just a mistake. But there again, that was a same situation, a bluff with equity.
Did you put Edward on 2-pair when you had ace king, he had ace queen? Did you see that?
So yeah, the ace king versus ace queen, where it was ace queen 7 or
Clubs.
9 or whatever.
Yeah.
2 clubs. Yeah, I did put him on that type of hand. Obviously, that's why I folded. But yeah, it was interesting. I mean, I just didn't think that Edward in that spot would be shoving with his bluffs or his semi bluffs. Like for example, his straight draws, his flush draws. I thought he'd probably be just calling. So yeah, that's why I decided to fold the ace king there. And usually with the ace king, if you're going to be making those type of folds, you want to have something like the ace of clubs in your hand, where it's way less likely that Edward's doing that with a flush draw.
Right.
But the ace of clubs isn't super relevant because I think if he does have like the ace high flush draw in that spot, he's probably just calling regardless. So, so the blockers weren't super relevant, but I did decide to fold in that spot. And, I think that's
He
probably
could have had a set, right? He raised, you re-raised, he called.
yeah, and it actually would have been tough for him to have a set in that spot. He probably only has nines
That's what I was thinking.
or ace queen. The thing is, there's a lot of combinations of ace queen, and there's not many combinations of flush draws that he's going to have in that spot. So, and again, it's a little bit of an exploitative move.
What position was he in? I wasn't paying attention.
I think I had position on him. Yeah,
Yes.
he check raised me on the turn. So yeah, I was in position. So, and he actually said that he was thinking about 4-betting pre-flop, and if he had done that, the hand would have played out way differently because I probably would have shoved pre-flop, but it didn't happen that way. So, and I
don't think he calls a shove pre-flop.
no, I don't think so either. I think he's holding ace queen,
Yeah, for sure.
especially offsuit. And yeah, so here we go. Looks like maybe 1 or 2 hands left. If that's
Okay, let me ask you this, because we didn't get to see the hand.
This is the last hand. Okay.
The double board bomb pot where
Mhm.
El Thunderbird bet like $1,400.
Mhm.
Jesse shoves all in
Right.
for 5,000,
Yep.
and he folds.
Mhm.
We didn't get to see the hands, but there was 666 on one board
Mhm.
and 2 10s on the
Two
other.
tens on the other, yeah.
So Trace said that he folded aces right there.
Oh wow!
So he had the nut full house on the bottom, and he had aces and
pairs.
tens on the top. So a pretty big fold from Trey there, and I think Jesse in that spot is going to have a 6 a lot of the time. He can also have some, 10,
10-6.
tens full,
He can have 10-6.
full houses.
Yeah.
Well, with 4 cards, the combinations are.
Yeah,
I
there's-
mean that.
I wish you would have showed because we couldn't see what he had, of course, but
Right. Another thing too is if you're in Trey's spot, like Jesse can also have a 6 with a 10.
that's what I'm saying. 6
So,
10's easy hand to
Yeah,
have.
it's a really tough spot for Trey, and I don't blame him for folding. I probably would have folded
Yeah.
as well. And yeah, I remember this. Is the last
Yeah,
one.
and on double boards, it's really difficult if you can't connect to both boards and have a chance to win both boards. But
Yeah.
when you see 3, on the flop, and there's 3 on one board, it's just really hard for your opponent, not to have that
Right.
and still be in the hand with all that mess.
What's the chat saying real quick before we wrap it up? What have they been saying?
Well, they're asking questions.
Chaz, what's your
We
bankroll?
told him we're not
It's
Chaz
Slightly more
schools 'em.
today.
more today.
Oh man, I love reading the chat box, and I don't know if the chat box knows this or not. Some people may or may not, but when we're playing on the stream, we have the stream right above us on a television screen with the chat box. So a lot of times you'll see us interacting with the chat or just reading the chat, and it's such a cool, interesting aspect of the stream that a lot of us really enjoy.
Oh, and you think about that in like everybody's giving Rhonda a hard time, and
Sure.
and the guy from Yuma and
Yeah,
Nick,
that is-
yeah.
yeah.
we all love Nick.
Oh my God, he's
Yeah, he's in every chat. He's a great person. We hope to meet him one day.
absolutely.
There you go. I think that's the end of the stream.
Guys, thank y'all again for
That's a little
inviting me.
low, right?
1.9.
1.9.
Yeah, because that pot was off at the end, I ended
Yeah.
up winning just a little over 5.
That's a good evening.
Well,
I'd say so.
JT, thank you very much for inviting me back here to sit down with you guys.
Yeah, I'm glad you
Or, I mean,
joined us.
onto the stream. I just came back to watch that hand one time, and again, thank y'all very much. I very much enjoyed it. And Chaz, good playing tonight. You and I didn't tangle much tonight.
Nope. That was a lot of fun, though. That was an awesome stream. We ended up playing a bunch of big pots, and that one at the end was super interesting.
Well,
Right, well, that was the last hand for Rounders Live. We appreciate everybody watching and subscribing and liking. I want to thank Holly and Rhonda and Big Daddy Chaz and Paul and Misty for coming out here and being in the chat tonight and the stream. And we wish you all a good night.
all right.
See y'all later.
Good night.